Let's see. Okay, it should be now. Should be live. You guys are again on a tripod, so I'm here behind you guys. I can come in front of you. Maybe you can see me now. It is quite bright. So yeah, the goal of today, we were discussing that we would move this concrete rings to like a middle, somewhere more middle of the plot, but it's heavy. I don't think there's way we can move it. So I think we'll just burn the stuff here. I think the previous owner from who we bought the plot also was burning some wood here. So we can do that. The thing is we have snow now. I was not expecting that. So I think in the last stream I was like, I might have mentioned, I think I mentioned that even if there is snow it won't stick to the ground because it has been hot enough and stuff. So that was a lie. That was the lie of the stream. Hello Bogus, I can see you in the chat. I'm hoping I can get all the messages this time. It has the chat phone, which I haven't seen in my chest. It has now a new SIM card, so a separate mobile data, so it should be better. We'll see. Again, if I do miss any messages, feel free to do a repost and then just the same message again. So that I know that it is a repost, and then I can go and scroll up to see if the message is showing for me. So if it's a technical issue or it's just me missing the messages. But yeah, so the plan would be to put some firewood on the bottom here to help with the fire. My brother also suggested that we dig a bit of a hole so that it gets air. So I think we do have a shovel, so we might try that. See how hard the ground is. Because now that there is snow, it could be frozen again. So we'll see. We'll see if we can make a ventilation shaft of sorts. Oh yeah, there's no way. That's denied immediately. So this is actually, whether it's concrete or not, I'm not sure, but it's extremely hard. It could be that there is no way out, like through that thing. So could be that just a solid block of concrete. But yeah, we can burn our stuff inside it. I think we brought firewood. Oh yeah, Elina is carrying it already from there, so we can hopefully get the blaze going. I can take it. So I loaned some firewood from my brother. I'm hoping he won't be asking them back, but we'll see. There's some scissors. I don't think we want to put them there. So Yep. So now we would need to start piling up there. But that, one other thing you noticed, those that were here last week, that we were, cutting all those bushes, what do you call them? And now they're all piled up here, and there's snow on them. So I think we need to shake them up a bit before we burn them, and we might also want to cut them up like into smaller pieces before we burn them. But yeah.
I would clean up a little bit first.
Yeah, Elina will be doing some cleanup. I think most of those you can like bend and like twist. Those things that are like wooden, I think we could burn them. So
Maybe yes.
because there's like these small planks and stuff, even though there's nails on them. But
What kind of plank is it made
this
out of?
this is just an ordinary one. Yeah, this is an ordinary plank because it's gray. So
Okay.
so it's not pressure treated or anything. I don't think they make these like pallets from any like pressure treated wood because they always. Yeah, it would be too expensive to make them out of anything valuable. So, but yeah, I guess we'd need to start with the actual firewood to hopefully get it. These are not, because I was hoping that these would be long enough, because there's like a a square on the bottom here. I was hoping that we wouldn't have to go over it so that there would be like air coming in and out. But these are just not long enough, because these are longer than what I'm used to, because my parents, the firewood they have, it's like, I think something like 20 centimeters maybe, 25. So those are for their, like the ovens they use, all the fireplaces. But these are for my brother's, like a baking oven. So these are longer. So I was hoping they'd be long enough, but I don't think they are. So we just have to make do. But yeah, the goal is to make a large enough fire that even with the quite fresh brushes and snow covered stuff will burn. But we'll see how well this will work out if we need to go and rob my brother from some more firewood. Let's see. I hope the voice is coming okay. I'm assuming you can hear me. Yeah, Elina confirmed that when she checked it was working, so I'm assuming it's okay. This pit here is massive, so it makes me feel like we don't have enough wood with us, but we did bring quite a lot of wood, so I'm thinking if I should put it all. I don't think I should, because if it like dies out at any point, we should be able to add to it. So I guess that's a good start. But it's also like large enough that I don't think we need to cut any of the trees we'll be burning. It like too small.
Yeah,
only like the biggest ones.
Yeah.
I think we need to chop up a bit. But yeah, I guess I'll just start to try and light it. I think we had some tools for that. Okay, sounds good, very good. Very good. Now where was the lighter? I think it's maybe inside the car. Yep, here we have it. So I have I think it's like gas powered, or is it like liquid based? But anyway, I will show you the lighter. I used this lighter before, and in freezing temperatures it doesn't work. So we'll see if it's cold enough. So this is the
stuck to this plastic.
nice. So yeah, there's a plastic thing there that's stuck with ice. Oh yeah, there's a piece of ice stuck on it. Yeah, I see now. But yeah, this is the lighter I'll be trying, because I do remember that at some point we were like on a sort of like a hike, not really like a long one, but there was like a campground that we could go in, a fireplace type of thing outdoors, and we were thinking of like making a fire there, and I remember bringing this one with me and it not doing anything. So we'll see if it's the same thing again, because it is a bit chilly here. So not the summer weather I was hoping. But then again, I guess it is April, so not sure what I was expecting. Actually, just yesterday made a reel about how we just last week were talking about sunscreen and stuff, and now and even then it was already like snowing, like immediately after we talked about it. But let's see, because I definitely wasn't expecting this. In Finnish we call this takatalvi, which is like I don't know, return of the winter.
The sunscreen is even more important now because the snow reflects.
Yeah, Elina mentioned that the sunscreen is actually even more important now since the sun reflects from the snow, so she's not wrong about that. Now where do we put this thing? The wood my brother has should be dry enough, so this should be quite easy to light, but we'll see. Trying to arrange this so that they would start burning. There's a lot of smoke already. Hello. Took a short walk yesterday and I thought -4 ain't bad. The wind was cold AF. Yeah, the wind does it. The wind makes it so much worse. So it's not always about what the Celsius is, what it's looking like. But yeah, they are so wide, like spread so far apart that we'll see how well this works. Because we would like to have it so like large enough that whatever we pull in here, those things would just immediately light a flame. But I think there should be like plenty enough wood for this to come out okay. So I guess it's only about having the flame all the way everywhere all at once. So we'll see if we manage that. It's also one thing that when it gets like hot enough, then I cannot be here like I'm right now. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should add another one of those lighting rose thingies my brother gave us. Because then I could like try to get it going from different sides. This thing is struggling. I cannot see the flame, so I'm not sure if it is there. I'm not sure if you can hear the clicking. I think you maybe can. But yeah, this guy's really struggling with the temperatures. Because I think it should be full enough that it's not about not having enough stuff in it.
I think we had problems with that one.
Yeah, I already mentioned Strin that we had problems earlier with this guy because of -degrees. So it being frozen. But I do have matches, so I guess we can just use those. Sorry about the plastic bag ASMR, if you heard it. Nice fresh haircut, bro. This is the same one as yesterday. What do you mean? But yeah, I did go to a barber. I think it was Wednesday, yeah. So the day before yesterday. So yeah, this loudly even. Yeah, I was assuming that the clicking sound would come through quite loud because it was loud. So yeah, now we have matches, and now we can try. It's a sad story. But I might have to do it inside there so that the wind doesn't blow out the match immediately. These are also like extremely old. Although I don't know if the age of a match makes a difference. Like, do they like deteriorate or expire? Or... These are quite weak. Let's see if we can do this. I'm concentrating, guys. Concentration. Okay, it seems to have worked. Now I just have to decide where to put it. I think maybe to this side. There we go. Okay, so now we have, I think there's like a flame going on one side, and hopefully this other side will also come alive. We'll see. We're in no rush, I think. I don't think we have a tight schedule or anything, so. Elina, you can, I think, take multiple blacks so that we would like to have rather have multiple smaller ones than like a few large ones. Because when you take them out, you don't want them to be like extremely heavy and bulky. Yeah, I think that bag is already good.
There is one metal tin.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah,
so it's not filled to the brim, but there's like one bigger thing inside.
Yeah.
I see. But yeah, I guess I could go. I don't think there's much we can do about the fire, so either it comes alive or not. So if it doesn't, we'll just come back to it. But I think I'll just go test whether or not me walking away from you guys makes the sound go out. Or Natalie C, hello, hello. Yeah, it is a nice. I already actually mentioned the stream that we discussed last time that if there is any snow, it won't stick to the ground because it's been warm enough. That's what I said. So that was a lie. So we have snow here again, guys. Woohoo! Yippee! So yeah, how are you? I was told yesterday when I was asking like people here how are they, and they were like, you can't ask that from a Finnish person. Now they have to answer. So Nat, I know you're not from Finland, so I can ask you, how are you? So yeah, we brought these scissors again, these larger scissors, so we can like cut these guys a bit smaller. Because even if this thing is like large, I don't think it's like large enough to like properly burn anything too big. So let's try if we put one of these in there, what happens. Yeah, there is quite a lot of snow. Well, it's only like 5 to 10 centimeters, I think, that has like snowed during the night.
From the car, because I think I will close the doors because it is.
Yeah, you can close the doors. Yeah, I don't think we can then open when we need stuff from there. Because yeah, doesn't want us to smoke the car. Because there is quite a lot of snow coming, smoke coming, so it is Matches, where's the soccer ball? I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Are we going to play?
Yeah, Elina is already excited about playing soccer.
How it is here.
Yeah, football. Yeah, that's what we call it. But yeah, you can see there's already like snow on there. Also, hello police, how are you? Sound is very good.
You forgot the name.
Oh yeah, it's brutality, not police. Hello. Okay, that is good. The fire is picking up, like the sound is actually quite intense. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it's also I think like the moisture making that sound.
Yeah.
So I think we might have to make these a bit smaller so that I think it's a bit too big. Hello? Elena is judging me. Where's the scissors? The smaller ones.
I have one here.
Elena took the better one, so I'm stuck with the worse one. As usual. No, just kidding. So we can cut the branches a bit. Maybe need to. But yeah, that's the goal for today is to burn as much of these.
You know what we forgot?
What did we forget?
We forgot to bring the water.
We have a little bit of water, yeah.
But it is our drinking water.
Yeah, only for us to drink, so we'll try to be careful with where do we put these cut branches into.
I think you should be a little more, I don't know, careful.
Lina is already saying I need to be more careful. What is this?
Yes, we have a good smell.
Yep. Yeah, I think we would need like something that we can stick in there and like just rummage around there. Something for that. But yeah, the fire is picking up better than I was hoping. Like maybe even too good, too well. But yeah, this is the. Elina has no trust for my firewood skills, it seems. But yeah, can you hear the absolute crackling sounds from the fire? You also mentioned that it smells good. So yeah, that's our current fire pit. Okay, hear me out. If there is saunamakkara, could there also be construction makkara? Yeah, that's a good one. So different kinds of sausages. Nat is having sausage for dinner.
We have beer and sausage for every.
Yeah, beer and sausage for every occasion. Yeah. When you say saunamakkara, is that work safe to search? Actually, I don't know. Elina, what do you think? If you Google saunamakkara, is that family friendly? Because because there might be, you might have to have the safe search on at least. So I would say
Might be.
it could be that, yeah, because I think it's like a widely used term for,
Yeah, it is.
because there's like I think kiuasmakkara would be better, because that's like for the heater, because you can do it so that you like wrap it in foil and put it on the heater in sauna, so it like cooks it for you. So yeah, I think we'll add those in like smaller, instead of like the whole tree I was going initially with. Let's see if there's any messages.
Oh, I see that.
Yes, it's basically sausage that you grill on the sauna. Yeah, exactly what Citronelli said. I think it's, yeah, kiuas. I don't think, we actually checked some time ago, I think it was in NatStream, that what's the translation for kiuas, and I don't think we found one. I don't think there is like a proper English word for it. Because it's like stove is what I used before, but then I think something like heat, like just for bringing heat, is what was, I think, told to me by like a translator or something. But I don't think either of those are like all that good. We are making a hella smoke.
I was just thinking that our neighbors are going to love us.
Yeah, neighbors gonna be enjoying the smoke we are bringing them. But yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunately. But yeah, we don't want to put too much in at once, so to not make the smoke. But it's also nice that it's not like extremely windy, so it's mostly going upwards, and also to you guys. I'm seeing. Can you guys see through the smoke? Do we need to move you? Do we need to move you guys? Bogus now wants a ryynimakkara. Yeah, that's another kind of sausage. I think it has like blood usually. Like ryyni is not blood, but it's like usually has both.
Blood sausage.
Yeah, blood sausage, I think is what you'd call it if you were to go look for it. But yeah, I'm trying to shake the snow out of them, because I think the better it burns, the less smoke there is. So with less water and with snow there is water. So let's see if I can. No, there's no way. I need to take the bigger scissors. Where are they? Oh, Elina took them further away, not trusting my flame madness. So yeah, guys, I'm behind you. I'm also being smoked right now. So I guess
I have a weapon.
Oh dear, Elina has a weapon. But yeah, the flames picked up quite nicely. I was actually expecting them to be like a harder work. How do I do this with one arm? Guys, can you come in and help? Hello? I done did it. Since no one asked how I'm doing. Okay, Citronelli. Yesterday when I asked the Finnish person how they're doing, I got told that you're not supposed to ask that of like Finnish people. So I'll make an exception on you from now on, seeing that you don't apparently mind then. So yeah, another smoking coming. Took both cats to the vet this morning. The car ride was something else, and Vivi has to have teeth removed. Oh, how many teeth? Is it bad or just a nuisance? I think we could maybe use one of these poles to stick those things around if we need to. I was already thinking of burning them, but I think they have their use. So I'll just go rummage around. I also assumed it was sauna stove, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was already like using earlier, but from like searching the translators and stuff, I don't think they agreed. Although I don't think they much disagreed either, but I think heater was something I found like a term for it, which I would probably not use myself. But I think we need to feed the fire faster, because it is quite aggressive. Oh yeah, cat screaming in the car, that's a classic. Because I don't think there's a cat that enjoys those. Or maybe there is, but that is a rare one then, I guess. Not that I've ever heard of one. Guys, there's a...
glove. It
Okay.
has moss growing on it.
And I found a slightly used, I'm using quotation marks, slightly used working glove with moss growing on it. So can we use it still? Chat, how much moss is too much moss on your working gloves?
This is for winter use.
Yeah, it's for winter, so it has like insulation on it already. Yeah. We don't know yet. She needs to get an X-ray first to determine if the teeth have decayed badly or if it's just a problem with her gums. But expensive nonetheless, and I'm really sad that she's getting old, even though it's super normal issue for kids. Yeah. How old is Vivi? I think I asked that last time, and it was like plus 10 plus years. So already quite the age for a cat.
But it is really quite young.
Elina is assuming Vivi is young, but I don't think she is. Well, Citronelli can confirm which one of us is correct. And I think it also depends on what.
How old is it?
I'm waiting for the answer. So how old is Vivi, Citronelli's cat? We haven't heard from yet. We haven't heard it yet, I think. Oh, then I missed it. Oh dear. Is it missing messages time clock? But yeah, Elina, I think you could also come in and chop these things because the fire is aggressive right now, so we could use it to our advantage.
Where have you got them?
Anywhere you can find them. Doesn't really matter where from. How well is the stream showing there? I tried to aim it so that you can see the, like, mostly everything, I guess, I hope. We don't want to put you too close to the fire, so, because I don't know, I would assume the heat resistance on a camera like that is not something that they brag about. So, you know, open flame is maybe not the place for it. So, turning 10 in September. So, Vivi is turning 10 in September.
Oh, I was thinking he was like 7.
Yeah, Elina was assuming it's like 7 or something closer to that. But I think we discussed it at some point that there is like a somewhat of an age gap between those, the new cat of yours and the older one. So that's that. But yeah, so how is the weather like in Australia? Is it sunny there? Do you have snow? Is this too long for it? Can we cut it? We do have a saw with us too, but let's see if I can use some easy clap. Elina was doubting me, gave me even more power. But yeah, the thing I'm actually slightly worried about is, you know, when I yeet these things in there, that I just, you know, it grabs the microphone and it goes. So we'll see if that happens. Looks good, no need to worry about smoke in my eyes regardless. No snow, been warmer lately. What's warmer there? Because I think right now it's like minus 3 degrees here. It was like minus 11 at night, I think. So, but the sun is quite warm, so I'm not complaining in that regard. As long as, you know, it's not snowing like it was last week. So far the weather's been nice, even if there's, you know, a few degrees minus. But you can see those guys were a little bit wetter than the earlier ones, so they smoke quite heavily. So we're making quite a smoke signal, smoke signal for you guys.
Oh, there.
But yeah, the fire seems to win. So we need to, you know, pace ourselves a bit so we don't like drown it. Oh, I think buried too hard. So
What do you think? How long will it take for the fire department to come?
Elina's asking if the fire department will be called. We'll see. I think there's nothing to worry about here because, you know, there's nothing flammable around it, and, you know, it's well preserved. And there's also, in like, I think July is the month in Finland where you have these, like, you're not permitted to light an open flame, like even in those like hiking places. I can cut it.
No, I was
Oh, you're using it for other purposes.
That is too long.
You can just smack it down. So yeah, there's flames again, guys. We have flames. Okay, I'll go get a. But there's still some here. I think we need to. We'll try to go in order. Citronel is asking if we brought something to extinguish the fire with. Yeah, we have. We have snow around us. Can't you see? Yeah, we also have a bit of water, but we were discussing of taking like a larger, like a jug or like a container of water, but that we forgot. So it's mostly the snow around us.
Smoke in my eyes.
Okay, Elina got smoke in her eyes. It was 28 yesterday, forgot today, 28 tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Okay, so a bit warmer here then. I meant warmer there than what we're used to. I don't think we have that many 28 degrees even in the summertime. Like it gets like few days or like a week's worth maybe. But then again, I think it's like more pleasant because you know it's like for me at least I think like plus 15 is already nice. Like plus 20 is again nice, but anything closer to 30 I think is a bit too much for me. So
Everything over 25.
yeah, Elina's just confirmed that anything over 25 is a bit too much. So yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, so far I think the smoke is going in somewhat a good direction because it's not like directly going to any of the neighbors. It's going like between the two neighbors and like on the road. So I don't think it matters there. So I think we should be good. But that's also like I mentioned last week. I said we should not have any snow, and now we have snow. So it might be a lie again. It's gonna be interesting how much of the smoke will be sticking to the gear. Because you're getting smoked. I'm also hoping that there's nothing on the like the lens, you know, any like small pieces of timber or stuff. Yeah, Citron also said yikes to the 28 degrees. For me, I think it would also be yikes because it's also like to at certain point if it's too hot or like well yeah too hot, it's hard to do anything. You're just like sitting inside and like trying to find a ventilated spot. So if you want to get anything done, I think over 25 is not a good, not ideal for it, getting anything done. But then again, I guess if you're like on a holiday, I wouldn't mind it being hotter sometimes.
If there is a good air conditioner,
Yeah, if there's
then it's okay it being hot outside.
yeah, if you can get an air conditioned spot, then it doesn't matter if it's a bit hotter like outside. So I'm assuming you guys have like air conditionings, so AC, so you can get into a cooler spot when needed. Does no work for putting out fire. Actually, yeah, quite well, because the few things that, well, actually, if you think about like what's the purpose of water in like extinguishing fires, I don't think water has anything else like against fire except for the temperature. Because you know, like fire to keep burning, you need oxygen, and then you need like a proper temperature, so it needs to be hot enough. So with snow, it's like even better than just like plain old water, because you know, even if like it's warm water, it's still like, because you know fires are like 1000 degrees and stuff, so like water when it's liquid it's like up to 99. So it's always like cooling the fire. So it's no, it's like minus degrees, so it's like even better for that purpose. So yeah, it is. The only problem we have right now with that is that like collecting it would be somewhat tough, because you know there's not like a ready pile anywhere. So if we really needed it fast, that would be an issue. But we do have a shovel with us, so we could like shovel the snow, and you could also like just throw in like there's like sand with snow in it. So I think the sand would also help with like decreasing the temperature, you know, preventing it from burning. But I don't think like firefighters actively use snow because, you know, it's harder to use it than water. Yeah, smothering too. Yeah, that's the other thing, because if it needs, like I mentioned, like oxygen and then the temperature, so either cutting off the oxygen or then cooling it down. Those are the two things you can do to a fire to get it out. So prevent.
I have a lot of dry branches over there.
Yeah, we could also bring those. You can also bring those branches. It doesn't matter what we're burning, because there's like these old berry bushes here, and those we could also burn because there's like all dried up branches from those. So that's another thing. But you can see that it's compared to like just driving all this somewhere. I think this is like I don't know if it's like the environmentally friendly. But then again, I think if we took it to like a center where they recycle things, I think mostly I think it's called garden waste is burned. So it doesn't really matter. The difference would be, of course, that they would harness the energy from it. So that's the difference, I guess, to us burning it here. In comes the smoke. Do you guys want me to move you outside of the smoke? Does it bother you? It's the nice aesthetic. Okay, Police is built for Finnish climate. So there's another Australian moving to Finland, I think. I see. So I'm hoping we have enough housing for all of you Australians. But then again, we are building a house, so if you just watch this stream, maybe you can just learn from it. And maybe you can then do your own, not an amateur stream, but, you know, a professional one, after seeing the amateur try it. After seeing me fail at it, you'll know what not to do. Yeah, smothering, yeah, that's what I read already. There's a pheasant, yeah. I'm not sure if you saw it, but we could hear it. And I hope you could too. Because I think... Yeah, when we came here, yeah, Elina's just mentioned that when we drove here, it was right around our plot. There's also my reflectors, let's pocket them so I don't put them in the fire either. Yeah, this becoming a bird spotting stream is on brand for Elina. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the fire is also not like too hot, because I was worried that I've driven the van too close to it, but I don't think there's a risk of that happening, because, you know, I can already, like, even closer to it, it's okay. It's okay. Elina saw some blazes. Elina is worried. Should we be worried, chat? Does anyone have the emergency number pre-dialed? But yeah, so far it has been working as well as I hoped. Because the thing is that if you don't get like a large enough fire going on, then, you know, just throwing these cold, somewhat snowy branches on it just, you know, kills the fire. But so far it seems to be only making smoke signals. Quite heavy smoking too. Ooh. Let's go a bit further. Let's find another victim. I'm hoping you can still hear me even if I walk away. I think earlier, it was mostly internet related stuff when we last stream had some robotic voice and stuff. I also checked both of the microphones, so they should now be of equal volume, because I noticed when I was watching the VOD, and I think Nat also mentioned that the second microphone that I switched to was like not as loud as the first one. So that was like a difference in volume. So now there shouldn't be, if I ever need to use the other microphone. But I was also like worried that it wouldn't work, but I did manage to get it to work. It was just like hadn't connected again, or like had forgotten about the receiver. So now that should also work. Oh yeah, Nat, are you still here? Yeah, all good, very good. Very nice.
Oh, there was pheasant running.
There was a pheasant going across the road when there was a car coming. Oh dear, Elina said that it could have been a female pheasant. But yeah, you can see I have might be able to see that I have my construction sunglasses on, which definitely aren't for construction, but these are the only ones I currently have. Or these are the model. I think I have multiple of these same ones in different colors, I think, like green and black, and this one I think I have the blue ones on right now. So we'll need to come up with some sturdier sunglasses. But you can see the difference between when it smokes and when it doesn't, with how many of these like leaves with, or like the branches we throw in. Because immediately after throwing the first branches in, it comes in like it's a smokehouse. Let's smoke you guys a bit. Raksa arskat. Yeah, those are like construction sunglasses. In Finnish, I guess, one way to say that. Yeah, if Nat is here, I have something to tell her. The sun was like blocked for just a second with the smoke. I was like, did it go into like beneath the cloud? But it didn't. So it is still there. So yeah, it's just the smoke. Smoke from all these leaves. Elina, I think there's a neighbor if you want to go and talk to them.
Oh,
Because I don't think I should maybe go from here. Or they, it could be that they're just watching. Could also be that they are not the neighbors, they're just, passing by and coming in to see this spectacle.
like as a Finnish, I didn't.
Yeah, Elina also said that she doesn't want to go talk to others. As you know, no Finnish person really does. Let's see if I missed any messages. Honestly, the free pet pheasants are bringing the value of the plot up in my eyes. Yeah, the only thing I'm slightly worried about is the sounds they make, but
No.
Elina's saying that it's the best part.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
so we'll see if I agree with that or not. Because now they are quite loud.
Native to Finland.
Elina mentioned that they are not even native to Finland, so I don't know where they came from. So they are apparently immigrants then. So they could be like brought in here to be hunted. I think the same happened to you in Australia with the rabbits. So we have the same but with pheasants. And I don't think we have as a big of an issue with them
No,
as you guys.
because there are animals who eat pheasant.
That's okay, this is deconstruction. Yeah, this is definitely deconstruction right now. I'm actually curious about how much of the smoke you're seeing, because to me it looks like you're getting like, once in a while you're getting like fully blocked. Like a smoke bang is coming on you. Smoke screen. But the other neighbor that was watching us went away, so either it was not a neighbor or it was just, curious for a moment. But it could be also that they heard me speak English and they were like, oh hell no. Because I have an accent, but some other people might have a even stronger of a Finnish accent. They might not want to be filmed with it. I'm actually curious when we do get to building, for example, my father, whether or not he wants to be on stream or whether we'll hear some Finnish from him as well, and then like my mother and stuff, so we'll see. I would assume they are like not too eager to be on stream, but we'll see. You could also of course, I think when we were at my parents' place when they were abroad, my grandpa was there driving with the Avant machine, so he was not like in the stream in a sense, but sort of like on the stream still. So we could have the same kind of thing. Karl Fatzer is to blame for pheasants. That's lore I have not heard.
Fatser.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So brought in chocolate and pheasants apparently then, if we believe Citronelli. So this is a new lore drop. Finnish lore. So yeah, for those Australian viewers and any of you others, Karl Fatzer is like the most famous chocolate maker here. Like Finnish chocolate. So
This is biggest.
yeah, I think in Finland at least, but it could be like the biggest like chocolate maker in Nordics, maybe too.
But what about Marabou?
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking. Marabou is the Swedish one, so it could be still smaller than they are. Wouldn't know. Not too educated on the chocolate lore. So you need to check. You need to do your background checks and research. Yeah. I see some rich dude brought them into his garden and they went out of control. Okay, yeah, so it was Karl Fatzer's garden they were brought into.
Okay.
So yeah, that then kind of at least partly to blame. Brutality, yeah, we have a ton of wild rabbits, I see them in my area. Yeah, I think the story, at least in here they are telling us the story that there was like a farmer in Australia that just wanted to have like rabbits to hunt. And seeing that they had like no natural predators there, they just like spread like wildfire. Because rabbits do be like that. If given the space and food and stuff, so as it's not a native species, it might not have any like natural predators to decrease the population. So that's a story we hear about Australia here and the rabbits. Yeah, thanks, Carl. Invasive species ain't a joke, Carl. Not cool, yeah, exactly. Tell him. I'll show you this. There's this like longer one, but there's also like extreme amounts of snow on it. So I think I'll need to try and brush a bit of it at least. Because we're not here to make the global warming any faster, so we don't want to be melting the snow and snow caps and all that. Hello. Proper monkeys paw you get good as chocolate from Karl Fatzer, but you also get pheasants. I think Elina is taking that as a win-win.
Yeah.
So I think Elina has no complaints about this. Us others maybe more so. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not sure I'm sold on the pheasants being a good thing around this plot, but it could change. I would assume it depends on how many times do I get woken by that absolute screeching of theirs.
Also wearing earplugs.
Yeah, I think I need to sleep with earplugs then. That's what Elina also suggested. But yeah, the fire is a bit warm. I think if we had any sausages, we could easily do them there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we don't have any construction makkara like you mentioned. What it would be in Finnish? Rakennusmakkara, I guess.
Maybe.
rakennus, although could also mean like a building, but it also means construction, so I guess that would work. But yeah, 28 degrees in Australia to me feels madness, saying, you know. But then again, you guys have the what are they called? Like seasons in like reverse to ours. So guess it's like winter is coming for you guys. Whoa. What's happening? What?
Smoke is coming from
Oh yeah, Elina got smoked. Smoke did it.
I think there is a pheasant on our neighbor's yard.
Yeah, there's a pheasant on neighbor's yard. Yeah, I see Nat is back. I was this close. Can you see it? I was this close to DMing you, Nat. But then I noticed that I have rules on my Discord that I'm not allowed to DM people, and you have the same rules. So then I, didn't do it. Because there's I noticed you had in your, let's say, in a recent channel of yours related to time of things, you have it set so that anyone can go on and make threads in Discord. So I'm just, letting you know that there's like a separate setting for allowing threads to be made, separate from, allowing people to send messages. So that's what I had. But I'm not sure if that was DM worthy, but there's also, like, you might have noticed on my Instagram story, there's also new rat sweaters, so there might be some DMs needed to get your rat one of those. Damn, I got smoked. Send help. I was thinking I would read the chat, but it's in my eyes. The smoke is in my eyes. Yeah, Elina is Karl Fatser stan. Even though Elina is vegan and doesn't like eat chocolate, not like I do. So still I think there's now a reason to be a Karl Fatser stan. Hearing that the pheasants are thanks to that dude. My grandma used to say she could hunt pheasants in her yard by throwing chopped wood blocks at them, but I don't think she ever did. I inherited her violent habits though. Yeah, I remember you telling this story that the pheasant, but they are like extremely, I think, domesticated, I guess is a word, because they do come close to you. They don't like mind about humans. So I think, just throwing a block of wood would work. Assuming you like accurate enough with it. So if you don't miss the pheasant, I don't think they would fight back too much, especially with like a block of wood on their head.
They know that they are not allowed to, ever to, they are never allowed to be hunted around the neighborhood.
Yeah, in Finland you're allowed to hunt pheasants, but never like near living spaces, so near houses. So they are always safe around these parts, because there's like a certain period of time that you're allowed to hunt them, but even then you're not allowed to hunt them near houses. So like regardless of that time, they're still safe around these parts. So I guess they are like arrogant in that sense. Okay, now I'm actually checking if there's more messages that I've seen. Oh, is there? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's just okay. Okay, maybe I see all the messages then. Yeah. Bloody hot here. Yeah, is it 28 or is it even hotter there where you are? You are very welcome. Okay, so now I have a permission to DM, so now it wouldn't break any rules. Maybe I'll open the connections then. Are there any notable Finnish desserts? Okay, chat, you can help me with this, because the ones that come to mind are like, because I know there's like kiisseli, which is like, what's the word? Is there an English word? Because it's not like pudding, but it's like a liquid kind of thing. Elina, what are notable Finnish desserts?
Notable Finnish desserts.
Yeah. Do you have any? Like are we too poor to eat anything after? Because like historically, I think Finland has been quite a like loser in most of the like historical sense. We've been like under the rule of everyone else, and having to work a lot for everyone else's prosperity. So I'm not sure if we are known for having like luxuries in that sense, but yeah, I think gingerbread is like more of a Christmas thing, I guess.
Yeah. We do have like cake.
Yeah, some pastries we have, but I'm not sure.
Pammapusti.
Yeah, like buns and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's too like if it's like common to like after you eat like whatever dinner or whatever, and you'd like always go for dessert after. I'm not sure if that's like a habit we have, because I think it's mostly like you have all these different kinds of buns, like cream buns and stuff, but those are I think generally eaten with coffee. So when you have like a coffee break, so the pastry stuff goes I think more there.
Quite usual dessert is different kind of berry soups or what are they?
Yeah, like berry soups and stuff. Yeah, kissel is what I also said, but I don't know what's in English. Yeah, Runeberg's, yeah, mammy or deer. But yeah, mammy is also only in like Easter time, so around now. So mammy is like, is it rye based? I guess. But it's like, I think there's like a clip of Gordon Ramsay being like, it looks like shit. So it's actually, it's not too,
Mammy, yeah.
it's not too far from the truth. You know, the consistency and all that stuff is maybe not the most welcoming. So, but yeah, that's a good question. What about in Australia? Do you guys, is it like normal that after you eat a dinner or lunch or whatever that you go for desserts? Because I'm not sure if we have that habit here. Could be also that some people do, and I'm just not wealthy enough to know of those better circles. But yeah, we have I think a lot of like seasonal stuff. So like we have different kind of stuff for winter, like during Christmas and then like I said in Easter we have the mammy and so like all around ones. I'm not sure if we have that many. Because what you saw I think in my Discord, there's in the food channel we have the laskeaspulla, which is just like a plain bun with jam, or I think you can make it with.
Is it like marzipan kind of thing?
Yeah, like marzipan kind of thing, but I think it's like peanut butter. What is it in the
It is made out of like almonds.
almond or something in like
Quite
instead
close
of
to
the jam?
marzipan, but not
So those are the two alternatives. So either with jam in the middle or then like almond sugary type of thing. So almost like peanut butter, I guess. So that's only like during these like early year time. So I think most of our desserts are like seasonal because there's like a time and place for them. Although of course you can make them at any point, so it's not like, I guess it's not that much of like ingredient availability, but more so like a tradition.
Strawberry cake is like summer.
Yeah, strawberry cakes and stuff. So I guess it's mostly like again seasonal because strawberries you only get during summertime. So of course nowadays you can have frozen stuff as well.
They are things that can be eaten with coffee because it is like after dinner coffee.
Yeah, I mentioned already that during coffee
Okay.
you can
Yeah.
have all sorts of buns and stuff. So I guess it's more about those than desserts. Okay, now I'm already seeing that I'm missing messages that they're going. I need to scroll a bit. When is the cooking stream? Have I promised a cooking stream? I think Nat, you might have promised one. So I'm gonna throw it back at you.
We need to make Karjala-piirakka.
Yeah, we actually debated. I might have mentioned this on stream. I can't remember if I have, but we were discussing already when we were at my parents' place that we maybe could make some Karelian pies. I think that's the word for it. Neither of us can make them or have ever made them, but we both have like roots. Yeah, ancestors. Yeah, from Karelia region. So it should be in our blood, So we should be good.
I'm like 1/8.
Yeah, I think it's 1/8, and I think I'm 1/4. Yeah, I'm also 1/4. Yeah, so we're both 1/4 Karelian. So for those abroad, the Karelian region is the one we lost to Russia. So people from there had to evacuate and move around Finland. So many Finnish people have like distant relatives or people that had to evade the war. Because you know, first there was war in there, and then we lost the area, so they were forced to move from there. So
My family name was originally like Russian.
yeah, we don't want to tell that because we don't want to dox ourselves.
Yeah, no.
Elina was talking about her last name, but we don't want to talk about that. That's classified. Police, I mean brutality, says I have no idea, so I think that's about the desserts. Mammi is fermented rye. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, fermented rye, yeah, exactly so. But you usually eat it either with like cream, or then like Bogus I think mentioned, or some with. That's the most common I think, with just like cream, and then the other thing is vanilla sauce. I think it's a modern twist, I guess, a bit more modern one. I think that's not been around too long, but I think either one works. For me, if I eat too much of it, I like my stomach goes crazy. But I think small amounts is good. And I think I like the taste too. So with either the cream or the vanilla sauce, it is good.
I also like honey.
Elina also likes it.
Or vanilla sauce.
Not saying sometimes the worse something looks, the better it tastes. Yeah, but then again, sometimes you just have to trust your eyesight.
But I don't think many foreigners like Mammi.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that foreigners like. I think it has the similar thing that like the salty licorice and those kind of things that
It's Marmite in.
I heard the Marmite. I think is something in Australia. Is it
Yeah.
Vegemite and stuff? So
But Vegemite, yeah.
those kind of things. So it's a refined taste. Yeah, eating Mammi straight with no vanilla sauce is nasty work. Yeah, I wouldn't eat it plain either.
I can eat it plain.
Elina would go plain. I would never. I don't think dessert is normal part of meal, more of a treat or sauce. Yeah, I think we have the same. But yeah, it depends, because I think we mostly have it like pastry. So different kinds of cakes, like cheesecakes and those kind of things. But I don't think they are like traditional Finnish stuff.
No.
Because I think the most traditional Finnish stuffs are like, because there's this thing called, what's the word, köyhät ritarit and pappilan hätävara and those kind of, there's like, most of these words for like Finnish desserts are just like poor man's this and so it's mostly like pappilan hätävara, I think directly translates to like the priest's like emergency something like sugar or something, so it's just mostly like anything with sweet in it and you just put them together. But again, historically I think it's because we weren't too wealthy, so we had to hide our wealth from the Swedish when they were taxing us. So whatever little wealth we gathered, we had to hide it, and you weren't allowed to eat too much, or you couldn't afford to eat, I would say, more like couldn't afford to eat too much sweet stuff.
And Finland used to be very far from.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned.
We were like the first UNICEF.
Yeah,
nation.
historically I think we were like one of the first nations to be helped by like UNICEF or something, so those times were grim. We had no chocolate back then, only snow. And you can't sell snow, unfortunately. Finland has a really big candy industry. We have a lot of Finnish candy makers, mostly chocolate and licorice, but also salmiakki and fruit candies. Yeah, a lot of chocolate stuff, I would assume, and I think we also like consume quite a lot of it. So I think we export some, but still I think we're also eating many of it, or like lots of it. Pavlova, the meringue fruit dessert, is either from Australia or New Zealand. Okay, I see. So that's something I would need to look up. Oh, I love all sorts of candy. Yeah, I think we could. Might be an interesting one to see like the candy section in a shop here, like in an average store. Because even in like the smallest stores, there's like meters and meters of like the candy section. Because I remember when I was traveling to Canada with my brother, they had like the saddest candy section, and I think that's like just the normal then. And like mostly when you go abroad, that's the case. So I think in Finland we have just like, we eat a lot of candy and we have selection for it, because again lots of it is produced here. So there's of course stuff from Sweden as well, but most I think is from here. So it's just something that we Finns do. There was like talk of increasing the tax on sweets or candy, but that was rejected, or like they didn't go forward with it. So there was quite a debate about that. Because it's already, I think, taxed. I don't know if it's higher than anything else, but there was already talk of like it had been recently increased. I'm so behind on chat. I'll have to try something Finnish soon. Yeah, I could help with that. If we open the DMs, there might be a package coming your way, so we can help with the candy tastings. I'll shoot the smoke. Ah, yeah. You guys have it a lot worse than I do, because you're in the absolute smokehouse there. Karelian pies are fairly easy to make. The shaping is the most difficult part, but you're both crafty people, so it should be easy enough. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else than the forming that's like hard in it, because it's just like rice porridge, I guess, kinda like the thing inside it, and then it's just like well, we have like I don't know what's the like a machine for making the dough kind of thing, so we can just outsource making the dough, so it shouldn't be. The only thing is to like making them.
Yeah, the folding.
Yeah, the folding thing is the I guess the one that you struggle with.
Angry Karelian
Yeah,
farmers.
so let's hope that none of our actual relatives or people from Karelia are watching when we do that.
It is quite like sacred for the Karelians.
Yeah,
Folding of
the folding is
Karelian
a sacred
pies.
thing. I think it might actually be in like one of those like protected like ancestry like tradition type of things that the Karelian pies are in there. It's okay we didn't hear. Okay, what did I say? I'm glad it's okay. Köyhät ritarit are really good despite the name. Yeah. Köyhät ritarit is French toast, so not a Finnish thing either. Okay, so we just learned that from someone else. Okay, Elina has a pheasant there. And I will go hunt it. I think. Oh, that's maybe not why she goes there. The flames are dying out, we need to feed it. We might actually have to throw in some of the firewood from my brother so that we don't actually lose the flames. Because I don't think throwing in these branches does much for the like upkeeping the flames. So I guess we could throw in some actual lumber in there. Nice. So Elina is describing the pheasant being on a hill somewhere there. But yeah, luckily we got some of these. And luckily I didn't put all of them at once, because that's what I was thinking when we started out. That whether we need to add them in the middle. But I'm glad we did leave them. Oh god, the smoke. Send help. Now my eyes are watering again. Send help. So yeah, Köyhät ritarit apparently then is not a Finnish one, but yeah, that's I think. I'm not saying that's like common either. I don't think we've had that many times when I was like smaller. So I don't think that's like most common ones, but just one that came to mind. But yeah, I would say the candy and then ice cream is another thing we have, but only like, well, we do have it like all around the year, but mostly eaten during summers, of course. Because when it's like minus 20, you're not really craving for anything frozen, like generally speaking. So ice cream is another big industry, I think, in Finland, or like kind of big at least. But yeah, candy and ice cream, I guess, are the desserts of choice for most. And then, of course, like cookies and stuff. There was actually like a push for cookies some years ago when they increased the tax on candy. They didn't increase it on cookies. So anything that was labeled as cookie was like cheaper for the consumer. So most like common and like most like known candies then had an alternative cookie form. So if you liked a certain type of chocolate, you could get that as a cookie either as well. So that was to like avoid the taxes a bit. But I don't know if the taxes are that different at the moment, so if that's still like a thing. There's somebody driving, might be judging our setup here. But at least they didn't stop and tell us, so the Finnish people, it needs to be something quite extreme for someone to come actually complain. So we should be safe. Finnish man begs for help while girlfriend chases pheasant. Yeah, Citronelli as a manager is here debating new titles. That's a good one, I agree. Citronelli as our manager is making titles there for compilation videos and so just workshopping stream titles. Do you and Elina have a favorite meal or food? I might. The first answer would always be like an easy one, like pizza and stuff, because you know it has such a variety. You can make it from like so many different ways, and well, I guess different ways is not the right one, because you know, like Flammkuchen in Germany has like this white sauce instead of the tomato one. So for me, I just think they are like both of them are sort of like a pizza with just different sauce. But in like Finnish foods, I think salmon for me is like a top contender, like salmon soup or just like salmon in the oven with like mashed potatoes. That's a good one.
I like what are the new potatoes?
Yeah, I didn't like the new potatoes, which means that they are like the early potatoes, I guess, like from the summer. So like middle of the summer you get the first ones. They are like smaller. They hardly have any peel. So those are the, like we call them new potatoes. It's like a direct translation. I don't know if there's a like an actual translation for those. But it's uusi peruna in Finnish, and that's just like new potato. So. But yeah, Elina is a vegan, so she has different than one. So
Do not have too many.
yeah, I don't think Finnish, like if you think about like Finnish cuisine, I don't think there's much vegan stuff in there. So for Elina, I don't think it's even possible to, because you know there's like falafel and stuff like that in like other countries that are like naturally vegan. So I don't think we have many foods that are like main dishes that are vegan. What about Nat? What's your favorite food? Maybe even asking what's your favorite Australian food, or do you have the same that it's just, you know, borrowed from everywhere else? There's still quite a pile left. But yeah, we are making progress, guys. I swear. I get some ash on me every time I go near it. I'm trying to see how long we've been live. Okay, 1 hour 15 minutes almost, I guess. Very nice. Yeah, just curious how long has it taken? Because I think we're right around maybe two thirds, or maybe at least I think past half of the stuff we are supposed to be burning. So that's why I was curious how long it has taken. There's another car stopping here. But we smoked them out, don't worry. But yeah, I think the weather for this is quite perfect. Because if it was snowing or raining, it would be harder. And then if it was like cloudy, it would be colder. So I guess it's not too bad.
Think of taking the big chunk because I don't have the cutter with my
Yeah, I can take the big chunky boy.
chunky boy.
Big chunk. Although I'm not sure if I can cut through this. Maybe I can. Let's see if I can cut through this. I think I'll try it with branches.
I have two others here.
Oh dear, Elina has more of them.
Like the baby coming with a fistful of peanuts.
Yeah, Elina coming in, help me.
Bonk. I think I will go back to the berry bush. For the berry
Yeah, Elina still has the berry bush branches. But yeah, the flames are quite aggressive, so that's again good. I think we were close to having it die out before I threw in some more of those firewood, so it was a good timing. Good timing on that part. Sampula coming in here with Australian slander. Pettuleipä, yeah, Citronelli coming in here with the... Was that wartime or was it before? Because people were mixing like tree bark into bread because you didn't have enough flour to actually make the bread. So that's like the definition of struggle food. When you have to add in actual bark instead of flour with when you're making a bread. But yeah, that's actually one part of our history too. So we had some famines and stuff. So during those times, people were desperate. I have this, I don't know, habit now that I look back and look down to see if the microphone is still with me, which I guess is not a bad habit to have, but you know, it's something I learned during a certain stream.
You have unlocked a new fear.
Yeah, I have a new fear unlocked. Okay, Australia struggles with identity. Is it like debating whether you're like British or American or like your own nation, kinda? Because for Finnish people it helps that we have like our own language. Otherwise I think we would also have the same struggle of like being whether we are like Swedish or like Russian or...
Isn't King Charles like the kind of head of the nation?
Is Australia still ruled by Britain?
I think they are. Technically.
Technically,
But not actually.
what's this government type of yours like? Let's learn together the complexities of government. Elina's getting smoked. Elina has to escape the smoke. But yeah, now we're smoking the neighbor because the wind did turn a bit.
The pheasant is gone.
Apparently the pheasant has moved on too.
We did like to smoke.
Maybe we smoked the pheasant too.
Ruining his perfect spot.
Yeah, pheasant had a perfect hill, but we smoked it.
You must understand. That's the place.
Yeah, quite the sound from the flame as well. I'm not sure if you can hear it.
I would think they can.
Yeah, I would assume you guys can at least sometimes hear it because there was this like background.
Someone's back.
Yeah, someone's back for sure. But yes, some of the background sounds were like apparently not coming through, but I think this might be like different enough so that it comes through. Yeah, it is a habit now that I don't lose. But I guess like I mentioned, because I know when my parents, they've done these kind of things many a time, so they like burned the shrubbery and stuff. And I remember my mother telling a story that she had to buy new glasses because at some point when she was like throwing the stuff in there, then like afterwards she just like, wait, I don't have my glasses on. So some part of like a branch or something had like taken a bit of her glasses, and then when she threw it, like, took them with them. They were like searching for them, but if they went in the flame, there's like hardly anything left, I guess. So they never found the glasses, so she had to buy new ones. A lot of Finnish traditional food is just trying not to starve. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that with our history of being like, I wouldn't say enslaved, but I don't know what's the other word for it. So being like taken advantage or like being underneath the rule of someone else, being taxed and stuff. So we weren't the richest countries in the history. So lots of the foods we have are just like, okay, here's a bit of sugar. What can we mix it with so that it lasts longer, kind of thing. So a lot of it is just, struggle food. But yeah, this is all very interesting to hear and learn more about how history informs experiences today. Yeah, of course, like everything I would assume at some point or like trickles down a bit so that you can like go and identify many of the things that happen today, like the reasons being in deep history, like us being like the shy inwards type of people, you know, we have our own language, probably something that not too many people spoke outside of here. And also, because if you consider like Finnish language is so different from anyone else around us, because I think the only language we are related to is Hungary, like Hungarian.
Yeah, there are
There's some
small
like
languages,
Estonia and like
I think those people live in Russia now. But
yeah,
they
yeah.
are
So there were like minority, like some around in like Russia that had like the same kind of language than us, but like not too many of the like Central European and those wouldn't understand us. Because if you think like, for example, Swedish and like German people, they have a lot of the same words. Because when I was in Germany for a short time, I like knew many of the words based on having had to learn Swedish. So they have a lot of the same words and stuff, which you know helps when you're doing like trade. So like historically speaking, it would be easier to trade with people you can easily speak with. So I guess that's one aspect of it. Something on my wrist. Oh yeah, the chat is not scrolling. Too many potatoes for your taste, Bogus. Oh yeah, that's actually a good thing to note that I think the most traditional food in Finland is potato in any and all forms. But I guess mostly like mashed potatoes and you know just like boiled potatoes. So that's like the one that every Finnish person, mostly especially like children, definitely get used to like too much. So for me, I don't cook potatoes that often anymore because I had to eat so many of them growing up.
But French fries are rising. Like I didn't think they had quite a boom during Corona.
What?
French fries.
Yeah, French fries are something that we are, I think, learned from other countries, and now we are getting a boom of those. So I think they are getting popular, like more and more popular. But I will do a blow my nose break. Apparently, I can't say I'm sneezing, so I'll hopefully mute. Let's see if this works. Maybe now. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, the school potatoes. That's like the lore for every Finnish child. Because they were like the rubbery kind. Can you actually hear me? I'll hope to get the confirmation. Because the light is again. If Elina can go and check if I'm still live and if you can still hear me. Okay, I have so many messages. I can't get to them right now. There's some tough questions from my friend asking how do you know how much building permit you have? Okay, so you can hear me. That's very nice. Very good. Yeah. I hope you didn't hear me blowing my nose. That is the next question, but Elina can't confirm that because that's long gone by now. But yeah, my friend has sent me a message asking how do you know how much building permit, like square meters, can you build? That's a good question. It should be, I think for him at least, it should be on the plot. So, because there's like different kinds of places in Finland. So either it's I think similar to like American HOA, so like homeowners association, but in Finland it's made so that the city does all that, so there's not like any private people in there trying to like rule other private people, so it's always the city in charge of those. But like similar way that depending on the area where your plot is, it could be that you're only allowed to build like one floor, so not 2-floor building, and then there could be like you can only make them this certain color. So there are those kind of things that can be ruled. And then if you're not in an area where where that's the case, so where you have those rules, then you just need to like apply for just the building, and you have to make like plans yourself, and then it just like depends on whether you have good friends in the where they make the decisions is whether you get those or not. So when you get like when you're told like stuff that okay, Finland has no corruption and stuff, there's no like visible corruption, so you don't like bribe police or stuff, so not even the brutality gets paid here where you won't get salaried. But so there's not like open corruption, but the corruption we have here is mostly like okay, a friend of this person, you know, being high up in where you can make the decisions, they somehow get better deals, and so the corruption we have is a bit like hidden in a sense, but we do have it, unfortunately. So in Finland there is this term called hyvä veli-verkosto, which is like good brother circle, which basically means that if you're inside the circle, then you're getting the benefits. Mastering the mute button. Sounds good. You're live and audible. I'm actually curious if I had a minor like an internet stuff here, because I feel like now I have again a lot of messages here, but before I think there was none, so now I apparently have every one of you guys saying that it is working, although maybe there is the delay, but it shouldn't be like only a few seconds, so I don't think that's to blame in this case. Could be wrong though. But yes, so Citronelli has the same. Childhood was boiled potatoes and varying meat sauce. I'm now vegetarian, hardly ever eat potatoes. Yeah, for me it's the same. I've like completely gone to rice and pasta in like my food, so rarely ever do potatoes. But I guess like mashed potato for me is still like a yummy stuff, so that I can never get too much of. But then again, when I make it myself, I don't make it like correct, so I don't make it with a lot of butter like you're supposed to, because I'm trying to lose weight, so when you're trying to lose weight, you know, too much butter is maybe not the way to do it. Live and audible, yes, sound is good, you are alive. Mastering the mute button, muting work perfectly. Old boy network in English, apparently. Old boy network, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now I was first like, I was like the network thing, I was like me telling about the connection issues and stuff, but yeah, that was the hyvä veli-verkosto, yeah, so old boy network, okay, that's the word for it in English. So yeah, that's still very much alive and well in Finland, especially I think in like smaller cities and like villages, where there could be like a certain family that owns lots of the land, so they have lots of power. So if you go in and want to buy like a plot of land, you just have to, you know, smooch to them to ever be allowed, which, you know, is not intended, I guess, in the system. You guys, it must seem to you guys like we have an endless supply as we just keep on bringing. Maybe there is an endless supply. Maybe the neighbors are throwing theirs to this side of the plot that we don't even notice that we're getting renewable energy. But yeah, I guess it's a good thing that we come here, because if we are to get an excavator here, it will help that there's, you know, you can see everywhere and there's, you know, not stuff in the way. The one thing I'm actually slightly curious and worried about is because during next week I'm hoping and supposed to bring the caravan you guys saw that's still at my parents' place. But the thing is, where do I put it here on the plot? Because the problem is that pretty much everywhere we'll need to dig up something, because, you know, it's either like sewer or then like water pipe, or then like the warm, like we have this kaukolämpö, which is like we will have our heating from like a central like heat pipe. So like all of those things are from like the different angles from the plot. So to get everything we need to pretty much dig from every corner here. So where should we put it? Because you know, once you put it somewhere, it's somewhat of a work to, you know, move it. So it would be better if we didn't have to move it once we set it somewhere, but it might be that that's unavoidable. Yeah, it does look endless. For me, well, actually I could turn you guys around a bit, so I will show you. Although I might get smoked doing this. So yeah, I tilt you a bit first, and then I turn you guys a bit. It can actually turn you on the tripod. I think I could. So yeah, so from that side you can see we had the piles all the way to the end. Now there's only the end pile. So we are making some progress. Guys, I swear it's getting less and less. But where were you earlier? I think it's somewhere like here. I think that's good. But we tilt you guys a bit above, or like higher. There we go. Park it in neighbor's yard. Actually, I was thinking, because my brother lives nearby, that maybe we could just park it in his yard, but that's like some distance away from this plot, so it would not be the end location. But I was thinking that when we first come with it, should we not even bring it here and, you know, just take it nearby? But then we would 100% need to move it at some point, so I don't know if that would be any better still. The problem is that, because you do remember the Avant machine we were driving earlier at my parents' place, I don't think that is coming until like early May, or like hopefully early May. So, because that would be like an easier way to move that thing, because I don't think my van can drive much off-road. So I don't know if I can like put the caravan anywhere else than the flat surface here. Because I think the one place that it could be is like the rear end of the plot, so on the right corner there. But to get it there is absolute feat. So I don't know how we manage that. Yeah, and then the trailer will go, or the caravan will go into the forest, escape us. But yeah, so that's a question I'm still having. I also have a lot of other questions. I actually sent those questions to my supervisor, I guess, the supervisor for this construction. And he was like, yeah, you need to ask those from people that know. And I'm like, okay, I will just send them forwards. Because there's stuff like, if we do like dig up the place where we get the central heating from, because it's like underground right now, it's somewhere like next to their neighbor there. But when we do dig it up and like we can see it there, who comes in and connects it to the pipes? Like, where do I order this guy from? Because I know for sure we can't do it, and I wouldn't even know how to. So definitely need to hire someone to do it. But the question is who, and not like what schedule. When I inform them that okay, now we have it here, can you come in and do that? So there's plenty of questions I still have, and we should be starting in quite soon. So I'm slightly worried about about the schedules and all that stuff. Parking in neighbor's yard. Did you? Oh yeah, that's just my message. Almost missed my message. It feels like endless amount of branches on these things. I guess they are just thick, but you can also see there's like lots of dried ones in here, because I don't think how in like, is this a plant that grows in nature by itself? Because the way it like keeps the dried up ones feels like a weird way, you know, for survival. If you just like clutter yourself, how would that work? I'm getting smoked. Can't help. What's the time in Australia? If there's any Aussies still awake? Because I'm assuming it's like early evening or late evening. Because I know you have the daylight savings too, so was it an hour later now than it was last week? I think you mentioned that last time. But yeah, we'll see what's the next stream, because I think during Sunday I will be again driving to my parents to go and get the caravan. But then the date when I will be bringing it is a slight mystery. So probably like Wednesday or something. So I think at the latest we would have another stream maybe the next Friday, like a stream here. I could again, play something in the evenings. Although actually I'm on a holiday, on a, is it annual leave or what do you call it in English? Holiday vacation. So I could do it in the early day as well for the Australians to make it. We did start the House Flipper 2 yesterday. The start of it was slower than I had anticipated playing the first one. So that was but hopefully next stream we'll get further along in it. I guess we making progress in it, so that should work. There was also talk of is it Landlord Super or something? The game where you're doing like hasty repairs and stuff, so we could also be playing that at some point. Because that also looked like a fun game. But we'll see. Because it depends on when I'm coming back from my parents. An hour earlier than it was. Okay, I see. So, okay, I thought that. So wait, how does it work for you guys? Because in Finland we have this rule that it always goes towards the summer. So yeah, it's the same for you guys then, yeah. Yeah, it has to be, I guess. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because you have the seasons reversed, so then it does make sense. I just have to get my head around it. There's some snow again on these branches. But yeah, so not any update on the plan to visit Finland with your parents? Are they booking up flights? Because I can order some more frog stuff, so we'll be prepared. How did the gaming stream go? I missed it because time zones. It went well, I guess. For me it was like I was again stressed with how like all the technical stuff was working, and I can see that, for example, the camera I'm using, because it's the same one you're on right now, but having that as a webcam for just my face, it is like a sort of like a wasted potential with you could film the whole room with it, so I had to like narrow it down, so I guess the accuracy is not too good. I was supposed to check the audio quality, but I think everyone was saying that it's okay because it's like directly from my headphones, so I guess that could be improved. So it's not like a professional setup like you have, but then again it's an amateur stream, so it is a fitting one. But yeah, it was fun. I was hoping the game would pick up faster because like all we did was mainly cleaning, so there was hardly any flipping and mostly cleaning in the first 3 hours that we played. There was even a character creation, but I can't say what that does because I don't think we saw the character once in the game. I don't know, maybe I missed a mirror or something, but it made me laugh seeing that there was a character customization in a game like that. Also because, like I mentioned, we didn't see the character once, I don't think, during the game. So it was definitely a necessary one. But yeah, my brother was also saying that I should try the Landlord Super, so we might do a comparison at some point. But I think we'll continue with the House Flipper next stream, that we'll be doing the non-IRL ones. So I think I will continue doing those, because it was, because another reason for that, have those non-IRL streams would be that I know there will be like some times during the construction that there's nothing that can be progressed. So to still keep streaming, I guess we also like have to have those non-IRL streams, and I guess the games, I guess is the only question that what we'll be playing is. But so far I think we have more games than we have time to play, so I guess it's only a positive problem. It took me a long time to get my head around daylight saving. Half the year Australia has 5 time zones. Wait, half the year Australia has 5 time zones, so does that mean that now you have less than 5, so not everyone goes to daylight savings? Or how does that work? Because yeah, you're like a wide country, so you have to have multiple time zones, I guess. But if you have any, you would need to have multiple ones, but that's still a weird one. Like half the year Australia has 5. If only I could convince them. Though a new Ghost song was just released today and I must see it live. Yeah, you need to. There's like in Finnish there's this saying that keppi tai porkkana, which is like stick or carrot. So you need to. I think it's in English it would be like threatening or bribery. so like negotiation tactics. You need to employ them all to get them to travel to Finland. But yeah, we have a caravan here you can use. There's always work to be done here, so we could use the hand. We could use a hand here. No, but of course we have a place to stay if you're around here. But yeah, the ghost tour I think it was in Tampere, so it is quite a distance from us. Well, not like compared to you, but still like a few hours, maybe even more than that. So some distance away from us. I don't think they came nearby here. I think that was the northernmost place they had. Or did they only have it in Tampere? Can't remember if they had another one in Helsinki. Headset mic is so much more genuine. Yeah, I guess that's that's like a politician's word for it, because it is worse. But I guess it's like it works. So yeah, it's what I had available. I don't think I will be like making like the non-IRL setup any better, at least not for the time being, because we're crammed in quite a small apartment right now. There's also a risk of we needing to move at some point in the nearby future. So I don't think it makes much sense to hoard more stuff in there, because I'm already like not anticipating having to move from there, because the place is quite cramped with stuff, so there's plenty of stuff to carry. So buying more stuff there is not really an option. 6 p.m., 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. during daylight saving. Then just 6 p.m., 7:30 and 8 p.m. run. Okay, so some of the areas don't do daylight savings then, or how does that work? I guess that's the only way it would make sense. But still having like half an hour time zone to me is like diabolical. Why would you ever want it to be like half an hour? Because even like the benefit of having a daylight saving is like just okay, you have maybe an hour longer day during some time, or something like that, but half an hour hardly makes a difference. But the confusion it must cause is wild. That's wild to me. But yeah, you do you, Australia. But yeah, I'm happy that Finland is all in one time zone. But then again, we are like long country, not wide, so I don't think there would be like a need for multiple time zones anyway. So I guess we're blessed in that sense. Really nice getting smoked again. I'm on the better side, I think, because I rarely get smoked here. I'll try and get all of these branches in the flames so we don't get as much smoke as we do get right now. But I'm not sure if it's working. The sound is... I quite like the sound of flames or fire. Maybe not the banging sound it sometimes makes. Not so much, but other than that it's a pleasant sound. Well, maybe not if you're, you know, not knowing where it's coming from, but when you're doing it yourself, it's a nice one. IRL intern learning to saw. Maybe this is a reference I'm not getting, is it? Or did I read it? Yeah. Finnish road trip. I think I'd be a good diplomat. Oh yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, just Tampere, yeah. Because usually when they, like, any bands come to tour on Finland, it's usually the capital, so Helsinki. So that's why I assumed that they would have like Helsinki, and because, you know, it's more common to always have Helsinki and then add something else to it as well. So I think it's rarer like that, so that there's only Tampere, not Helsinki in any date. So that's why I assume that it will also be in the capital of Finland. But I think, like, arena wise and stuff, I don't think there's much like size difference between those places. So it's mostly just, you know, having more people in the capital vicinity. Maybe I should have cut this one a bit shorter. Chat, am I cooked? Send help. Send help. Oh dear. Oh dear. I done goofed.
The moment I leave.
Yeah, I didn't just turned her back and then I have made a mess here. Maybe not a good idea to bend it. We'll see. Okay, there it goes. We'll see how much of ash is left after we get through this. So if we made the pile even any like smaller, if it's just, you know, in a different in a different element. So it could be that this was all for nothing. Yeah, you're right, we are a very wide country. It takes about 5 to 6 hours just to fly out of Australia from the east. But it's 5 to 6 hours to fly from the like east to west, I guess. Because it only takes like, I would assume like 2 hours to fly from the northernmost point to the southernmost point in Finland. Although I don't think there's like planes flying that route, but if there were, I don't think it would take any longer. Because I think it's like kilometer wise, I think it's like 1,100 kilometers is the length of Finland. Like top to bottom, south to north. So I would assume you're like 3 times at least, maybe more, in like width. The crackling is quite relaxing. Yeah, I also find it relaxing, especially if I were like, you know, sitting down with the hot chocolate and stuff. That would be very nice, especially if it was like dark outside and stuff. So those are the good kind of memories. I only learned about the half-hour difference while gaming with people online in high school. Yeah, that's actually, like, to me, like, that feels absolutely insane. Like, who would have ever vouched for that? Like, yeah, I definitely want to have it like half an hour, because like every calculation you can have, it just makes it harder And for what the benefit is, I don't find any or see any. Is the capital worth visiting as a tourist? There's other areas. I personally wouldn't say it is, but we can ask Elina what she thinks, because I might be biased. Elina, what do you think as a tourist? Should you visit the capital of Finland or some other areas? Because it would also depend on like what you want to see. Because I know we have like the theater and stuff, like some cultural stuff. I think the most is happening there. But if you're, yeah, maybe Turku or something, because that's like the former capital of Finland.
Yeah, it is like.
It's like an older, yeah, it's like a cultural capital maybe more. But it like depends on what you want to see. I personally, if I were to come like a tourist to Finland, I would not come here for like theater and stuff, because I would assume like you're in Sydney that you have like theater yourself. So I don't think like Finnish theater and stuff would be that impressive. Not saying like there's anything wrong with it, just that we have like stuff like, you know, the Nightless Night and you know, snow and stuff. So if you want to see like witness the winter and stuff, you would need to go north. So I would not go for the capital, but it again depends on if you want to see stuff like those nature stuff or just, yeah, arts and stuff you would have more in the capital region, like museums and stuff. So more of those around there. But I personally don't really mind the capital. It's quite a busy place for a Finnish person to be in. Even though I know for some like foreigners it's not like a big city, because I know you're like used to having a million people everywhere. So so for a tourist I think it still feels like a village. But for us it's a bustling city, because compared to the countryside there's so much people and so much traffic, and you know, just having traffic is something that pretty much only exists there. Because in other places we hardly ever have traffic, so that it would slow you down. There's some commute in like here also, but it's not really that bad that it would slow you down that much. Compared to, I think in this capital you have like, sometimes you have to wait for like an hour with your car somewhere, because there's so much traffic. So yeah, it would depend. Because it's hard for me to like recommend Finland as a place to visit, because I'm here. So for me it feels like there's nothing to see or nothing to do. But you know, I think for everyone it's hard to recommend the place they are already living in. Like what are the sights to see and stuff like that. So I guess that's a universal thing, that it's hard to recommend the place you're already in. You don't see anything spectacular in there. But yeah, my recommendation would to go north. Although there's quite a lot of people, like tourists already there, so prices might get higher depending on when you're going. But I think for like summertime in Finland there's less tourists, because I think mostly the tourists come in for the winter stuff. So if you want to see the Nightless Night, those kind of things, that would work easier, you know, not being as pricey as I would assume December and January and February in the north are quite booked full. But yeah, you would have a local guide then, so it would be different, of course. Does a lot of flames, yeah. I feel half the flight to Singapore, for example, is just getting out of Australia. Oh yeah, that sounds that sounds wild. Because from us it takes like an hour to fly here to the capital. I think that's like most of Finland is like less than an hour, or like either way for an hour, so like half an hour to 1.5 hours. I don't think anyone flies here like half an hour flights. So I think it's mostly just like from an hour onwards, but it's like 1 to 2 hours to fly to the capital anywhere here, if you can fly there. Of course there aren't that many airports in Finland, like not every city has one. So it depends on whether you can even fly. But we have trains as well, and the trains are quite okay. I personally would prefer that they improve them. Mostly the only thing they would really need to improve is to make another track next to the one we already have, so that, because right now we only have one track for trains. So whenever you're going either way, so either south or north, because that's pretty much the only route we have for trains, is to go like north and south way. So whenever you're going for that, either you have to wait or the one coming like the opposite direction has to wait for you to pass. So there's like always time calculated for, okay, we need to wait for the other train to, otherwise we will crash. So since we only have one track, we need to share it with the train that comes to the opposite direction. So for me, it like makes no sense that there's no investments going on to increase to like 2 tracks everywhere. What?
The trains are itself are pretty clean and
Yeah, the trains themselves are clean and you don't like, there's really nothing to complain about the train rides themselves. They do take quite a long time compared to like faster stuff. Like I've heard that, for example, in like Japan and China, they have faster stuff already. So compared to those, it's somewhat a slow ride. But another thing about the slowness is that we have to wait for the opposing train to come in. So those are the things that I personally have a gripe with when it comes to trains. But they are somewhat cheap too, like compared to like driving it yourself. It depends on how many of you are going, I guess. Like opposed to like renting a car and driving. And another thing about trains is that they take you to the city center. Where like if you go by a plane, you get into like the outskirts of the city, since there are no airports in the cities themselves. So unlike I think in like other major cities around the world, we don't have any airports in the like city centers or nearby the city centers. So if you ever go by plane, you have to get yourself from the outskirts or the fields around the city. So the train is an exception in that every train station usually is in the smack center of the city. A lot of international students I hear move to Perth on the western side because it's closer to home. I'm again getting some good vibes from Perth. Maybe we should travel to Perth. How much is the flight from Perth to Sydney or the other way around? Like how expensive and how long would that take? Because like it is on the other side, is it not? Because I think Sydney is on the east side, right? Of Australia, like not on the, like the edge of them, but on the eastern side. And Perth, I think, is on the western side. But then again, my geographics are absolutely horrible, so feel free to correct me if I just made that up. Because there's a high probability I just did. So much traffic issues. So much traffic issues with parking, so busy. Yötön yö redeem. Or I cannot pronounce the pronunciation. Yötön yö didn't do me any hard, but the pronunciation is when I died. Yeah, we need to have those redeems. Because I was already thinking, I had another redeem in mind. What was it? Because I know, for example, like last stream that I was doing the house flipper streaming, I didn't take like a sip of water or anything like for the first 2 hours or so. So I definitely need like a hydration redeem. But then I had another one in mind because I do remember the pronunciation or like speaking Finnish redeem. That would be a nice one. And then I know, for example, Alex has this thing that you're not allowed to tell dad jokes unless you pay for them. So that's like channel point stuff, but that's not like you redeem for me, but we could have something like that. Maybe more like bad joke, not the dad joke. So if you just come in here with the worst jokes, you need to pay for them. That would be a nice one. How far would you get with a 9-hour drive? For us, it would be if you just drive, don't stop. I think from us around here, it would be 6 hours to the capital. So I think 9 hours would get you close to like the southernmost point to the northernmost point. Not exactly, because like I said, it's like 1,100 kilometers. So like average speed you would be getting on like a highway or like an average road is either like 80 kilometers per hour or then 100 kilometers per hour. So if you calculate from those, you would get almost like north to south in 9 hours. Maybe taking something like 12 hours or a bit more. That's without any stops. So I don't think there are many people that do drive the like north-south in one go without like any breaks. But there was like when the electrical cars came, there was this big like I don't know, debate, I guess, where people that were defending like gas cars, petroleum cars, were like always talking that can you go with one charge to Lapland? So that was one thing that everyone's already always like discussing, like whether the battery is large enough that you can just drive in one sitting without having to charge. Can you go from Helsinki to Lapland? And to Lapland it's like around the same distance, so I would say maybe 6 hours ish. So that would be like 500, 600, something like that kilometers. So the batteries back then weren't like big enough for that, but I think nowadays you can do it. But I think that was mostly just, to try to make it sound like those electric cars weren't a good option, is to make them sound like you cannot stop. Because I think the easiest counter argument for that was always the who drives that thing without any brakes anyway. So it's not like usually people do that in one sitting. Because if you do like one lunch break, that's like half an hour to an hour, you can always charge it during that time. So we don't have any electrical cars, or I don't think we are planning to get one anytime soon, but maybe in the future at some point. And my father has one, so I have driven those myself. The only problem I think with those is the temperatures we have, because the batteries die quite fast with the freezing temperatures, so they are not really made for the Finnish weather. If you like lose half the capacity with the temperature being on the minus, it doesn't really bode well for your journey. No, not Perth. Okay, so now we got some Perthland incoming. You need to start selling Sydney to us. We just mentioned like, yeah, we're not too much on the theater and stuff. So I hope you have like nightless night in Perth so that we come and visit and see that. Hello. But yeah, it feels like it's again an endless supply. I just keep bringing in stuff, and I don't think the pile is getting any smaller, but it doesn't look like it, at least. Just over 4 hours, I think, between Perth and Sydney. That's still wild, because like I mentioned, from here to the capital, and we're like halfway in like Finland, it's like an hour flight. So like I mentioned, 2 hours, I think you'd get to the northernmost point if they flew there. I don't know what's the northernmost place you can get by plane. I think it would be like, I think Rovaniemi for sure, but is there another? I'm not sure if there's any place higher than there, like more north. Could be, because I know there's like smaller airports as well, so maybe one of those. What's your highest speed limit on the motorway? Yeah, Bogus already answered. 120 is at some places. Yeah, 120 at some places, but it's rare. I think most motorways or highways have like 100 kilometers. Yeah. That's the most common one. Yeah, only during summer we can have the 120, but 100 we have in like winter times as well, but only on the highways. So 100 and 120, but the most common one is the 100. Because I remember when I drove southwards some years ago, I think there was like one highway there that was 120, but most of them were, oh god, I got smoked. Most of them are 100 kilometers per hour. So that's and then like even on like outside of the highways, just on the countryside, it's still like between 80 and 100, and like in most places you can get to 100, especially if you're driving like in decent roads, in like major roads. So for example here to Sweden or stuff, you're mostly getting 100 kilometers per hour, even if it's not a highway. So it would depend on the size of the road. I'm getting a free branch. I was reading my own message there. Yeah, 120 in the summers.
You need to be a little bit careful when I take these branches from the ground, because there might be hedgehogs sleeping.
Oh yeah, Elina mentioned that when she goes through the piles of branches there might be hedgehogs sleeping underneath, so she needs to be careful.
They have been there the whole winter, so
So they are still maybe sleeping because of the winter. This one has spikes. Yikes.
yeah, they do.
There are a few which I think they're like rose bushy types.
Yeah, they were the whole.
I just carefully place them. Boop. But yeah, I'm curious if our fire is again dying out because it's mostly smoking right now.
It's coming. It's coming.
Elina said that it's coming out, but I will throw in a few, the last bits of lumber we have, or logs. Hopefully.
After that we need to start burning the
Yeah, we need to start burning the pallets next. But yeah, the weather is really nice. Couldn't have really hoped for any better. And we're not getting the snow treatment this time, at least not yet. We have not mentioned sunscreen once, so I just did. I done goofed. I just made a reel last night about how it snowed in the like last week on stream when we just had mentioned that. Oh, I think Elina was asking that whether there was like sunscreen dispensers in Australia, and like half an hour later it was snowing in here. So
snow has melted quite a lot.
yeah, the snow has actually melted. I think maybe in the stream you can even see like where it keeps melting. So if you go from like the wood, I guess you could check.
And it's not because of our fires.
Yeah, the fire does nothing to the backyard, so it's definitely the sun doing the melting. That's true. Clip, clip. The fire is alive again. I don't think we have that many left. There's still quite a pile, but I think it just looks big with all the branches. So guys, we might even survive this. There's a chance this will end at some point.
But there are also the older piles.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some older piles we need to maybe check out. Well, the more we do burn, the easier it will be in the future. So we could go and see if there are some clear piles we've left earlier.
Oh look, there is like lava.
Or there's some. What's that actually in English?
This some kind of
'Cause it's not
moss.
moss, I think. Yeah. So there's some moss on the branches Elina found. So let's see how many larger ones are still here. I'm seeing this one's a larger one. I think there's like maybe 4 or 5, I guess. Larger branches still. Dusk. So yeah.
Oh, there is a fish.
Oh, there the friend, the pheasant.
Big one.
Pheasant is on the neighbor's yard. It's the one we saw earlier, I assume. I don't know how much of a, what's the word for it? Because it's in Finnish, it's reviir. It's like the area they like protect and keep their own. So I don't know if they have those. I would assume they do. So they're like territorial, I guess is the word.
Yeah, I would imagine they fight a lot.
Yeah, they will probably be fighting if someone comes. Like another fasan comes in close. Pheasant. Smoked me. But yeah, so far we've had a lot of curious people with cars stop by and look through the window at us. But we've not had anyone say a word or like approach us. But it could be that because I'm how do you say it? Non-stop yapping in English. That when they like approach or think of approaching, they hear me yapping in English, so they might be scared of it. Because it could be that they think that I'm a foreigner, so they would need to speak English to me, because that's again a possibility, I guess. That would be like a tough spot for many. Because even I, for example, if I were like minding my own business and would hear someone speaking in English and yapping to themselves, I don't think I would ever approach the person. For one, I don't have anything to say to them, and two is, again, I don't know if any Finnish person is like actually comfortable speaking in English. So maybe there are those, but I don't know any. So I'm completely, how do you say it, uncomfortable all the time here, guys. Speaking in English. Can't believe you make me speak in English. Finish stream when? Let's see if we can get all the branches inside the ring. It's also popping quite a lot. I know like different trees like do that, so because I think that mostly when you're buying like firewood for indoor fireplaces, you want to buy birch, because that thing doesn't pop like burst or stuff. But these, like, I don't know what's the tree type, but those that don't have leaves but instead have these prickly things. Redeem speak Finnish for 1 minute. Okay, starting now. Let's see what the time is. Okay, I will come and show you. I will do a timer. I don't know what I will be saying, but yeah, let's do a speaking in Finnish. I should brush up on my Finnish before visiting then. Bingi bonki, hello. Yeah, pine, I think, yeah, that's the... There was a chapter here, yeah. I will put a timer for 1 minute. If I can, I think there should be... Yeah, it is here. I will go and come and show you. So, if I can. 58 seconds, okei. Okay. Hello, hello. Niin, pitäisi varmaan suomea puhua sitten. Kai me haetaan tuolta lisää puuta. Kai lisää. Elina tuossa just sanoi, että pitää vaan käyttää kaikkia lainasanoja, että käyttää kaikkia pizzaa. Täällä on, en tiedä mitähän kaikkia lainasanoja suomen kielessä on. Se on muuten jännä heti huomaa, että ehkä äänen niin kuin voimakkuus ja kaikki muuttuu heti, kun puhuu omalla kielellä. Että kai sitä on oppinut sitten, kun englantia puhuu, että silloin pitää puhua lujempaa, että kaikki ymmärtää ja kuulee. Se on silti se suomalaisten turistien normisetti jo se, että jos ei joku ymmärrä, niin sitä sanotaan samaa, mutta vaan lujempaa. Että ehkä sitä voi koittaa tässä striimissäkin sitten, että jos ei se mene jakeluun, niin sitten vaan toistoa ja lujempaa. Mutta niin, varmaan tosiaan semmosille, jotka yrittää suomea oppia, niin helpottaa sitten puhua hitaampaa. Minun nimi on Saku. Mikä on sinun nimesi? Mitä kello nyt kuule tärisee ja 1 minute gone. We're already 5 seconds past. Okay, so that was 1 minute in Finnish. Yeah, that's actually, I wasted that. Not, you are completely right. I should have just done that. Completely silent for a minute. Just, saying like, hey, and then, just nothing for a solid minute. Yeah, that would have been perfect. I will do that sometime. Next time you redeem that. But make sure you have the channel points to redeem it, otherwise you can't, But yeah, so I have a habit of talking fast when I talk Finnish, because I think naturally speak fast. So I think my English is somewhat fast too, but I have to translate it in my head, so it's not as fast as my Finnish. But I have gotten feedback, like at my work when I was still like training people, and I was like sent to customers for training stuff, so I was training our customers. They were always like, yeah, can we get that same thing but a bit slower? And then my reply to that was always that I cannot slow it down, because it's really hard if I have to make a immense effort to like slow my speech down from the like the natural rhythm. So my answer was always that I cannot slow it down, but I can like explain everything twice, and that was always a solution that worked. So instead of slowing down, I would just do the same things I was explaining, but many times. So if the yeah, I think my English is fast for a Finn, but probably not fast for an Australian, especially since I know Nat already speaks like one of those, what are they called? Those things that you auction, yeah, auction is the word I was getting. Yeah, so like an auction seller, like once, twice. So Nat is a natural when it comes to auctioning. So I don't think compared to like a native speaker, I'm a fast speaker, but for a Finnish person, I guess I am fast in English. But then again, I am fast in Finnish too, so I think it comes from there somewhere.
I think
That was well worth my points. Do you actually use much Swedish at all? No, definitely not. Because you know, there's like a separate population in Finland that's like their native language is Swedish. So they, of course, as they are native Swedish, so they're called like Swedish Finnish, I guess, is the direct translation. Because then there's like in Sweden, I think there's like Finnish Swedish, which is the same thing but the reverse. So they're living in Sweden but speaking Finnish. So those people, of course, use Swedish. Yeah, Elina just mentioned there that if we go to Sweden, so on the like other side of the border, they don't want us to speak Swedish because we butcher it so bad. So they just answer either in Finnish, because most of them are like bilingual, with like, because it's a border city, so there are plenty of like children there that have one parent is like a native Swedish and one is like native Finnish, so they be like fluent in both languages, or then they just reply in English, because everyone knows basically that every Finnish person, like not those that are like native Swedish speakers, but everyone else here speaks better English than they do Swedish. Mostly also because of like games and movies and stuff. None of that is in Swedish. All of it is in English. So, and we also like taught English earlier than Swedish.
Yeah.
So we are like elementary school. I think it's like 3rd grade where we start learning, or is it even earlier now? But like at least by the 3rd grade we are already learning English, and I think it's like 5th grade or something that you're learning Swedish in. So,
For me it was 7th grade.
or then I think by the latest it would be 7th grade, depending on if you want, like depending on the school a bit. I was in the border city growing up, so I think we had it earlier than other schools in Finland, like the Swedish part. The English I think is. Yeah, Elina has no Swedes around her, so they didn't think Swedish was important. Yeah, Elina is not good in Swedish and neither am I, but I guess I might be slightly better. I think I understand better than I speak, like when it comes to Swedish. And I think that helped in like Germany, like I mentioned earlier. It was some words here and there I could understand based on them being the same in Swedish. Birch on mukava ja vihreä. Yeah, I guess birch, although I think birch is like white with black dots on it, but of course the leaves are green, so you're not wrong. Whether they're nice. Well, I did mention that they're easy to burn, so that's true as well. So yeah, 100% can't deny that. We're again smoking you heavily. Chat, are you smoked? Now I am being smoked. Fenno Swedes or something, yeah. This really all adds to the Finland isn't the real conspiracy. We are not denying the accusations. We are merely living in them. I'm actually unsure because I come here to like de-branch these. I'm hoping you can see me, although I don't know if there's anything special about seeing me, but just not hearing my voice, but also seeing me. I'm doing something. I'm not just sitting in a lawn chair this time, chat, I swear. Elina is the one just sitting. I cry. I swear.
All the time.
Yes, I will check the VOD. I will check the VOD if Elina has been slacking at any point. Oh yeah, birds on valkoinen ja musta. Yeah, that is true. Black and white. Actually, white and black is how you typed it.
Do we have any birds?
Yeah, I was actually. There is a bird on the right corner there.
Ah, yeah,
I don't know if you can see it on the stream because you're like I think tilted to the left a bit. There's a few birches. Few birches on the right corner of the plot. But other than that, I don't think there are many here. There are plenty in Finland, like overall, but not that many here.
I think spruces and pine trees are more common around here.
Yeah, it depends on the area, like which tree is the sort of like the native tree. So I think here the spruce and pine are the dominant ones. Because it depends on the ground. Because whether the ground is dry or not, that affects what tree comes in there as a native tree. Because the pine and spruce, they don't require as much moisture. So they can prosper in a drier ground. And then again, the berries differ as well. So if you have like blueberry or what's puolukka? The raspberry? No, lingonberry. Yeah, yeah. So those are usually the two. So either blueberry or.
I just checked and it seems like my sea buckthorn berries have survived.
Let's check some berries have survived. What?
Sea buckthorn.
I have no idea what those are. Ah, okay. So there's some tyrni, which is apparently seabuck. What was it?
Sea buckthorn.
Seabuckthorn. Okay, you can Google that. Seabuckthorn berry.
Yeah.
Okay, Natalie, she is impressed with Elina's progress. So there's at least someone is at least vouching for Elina there. What about mine? Nat, are you proud of my progress? Have I been working? Please. I can't just say you're proud of Elina and just neglect me.
They are proud of me.
I've never had anyone be proud of me.
Oh, he's a mighty stick.
Elina found a mighty stick. I think there's like maybe one more after this one, so like these bigger ones. Then we need to go roam around the plot to see if there's like
Quite a lot of
more piles around here. Because I know last fall we were here.
then have to be careful. And look if there are hedgehogs.
Oh yeah, there might be the hedgehogs in those. So we need to be careful around the new piles we've left. Because like I mentioned, we were here last fall, we were doing those piles. So those hedgehogs might have been like sleeping during the winter underneath those. So we don't want to forcefully wake them. Although I don't know when would they be like waking up. They might already be, but
I think they go back to their nest during
yeah,
daytime.
yeah, it could be that they don't want to be around during the days. So
I don't know.
I don't actually, yeah, I don't think either of us have that much
Sometimes
biology.
they only move like in the evening.
Yeah, I think they might be more on the night evening activity type. I know that there's like, well, not here, but like a bit south from here, there were discussions that you shouldn't have like those robotic lawnmowers
Yeah.
because there's hedgehogs. Because if you think about like a robotic lawnmower, is that it just drives, and if it sees something, it stops, and then just tries again, and if it's like in the area that it's supposed to be mowing on, it it just like drives over it if it needs. And the way hedgehog protects themselves is to curl in a ball and just not move. And that's not a winning strategy against a robotic lawnmower because it just mows over it. So those have been killed. Many hedgehogs have died because of those, unfortunately. So I think I don't know if it's like a instruction or something, but I think many people have taken their lawnmowers, like the robotic lawnmowers, out of use because of like hedgehogs being around in the area. To know.
To use them only during daytime, but that is not 100%.
Yeah, so if you use the lawnmowers during daytime only, it helps a bit, but it's not 100% because the hedgehogs might still be around. And if you use it so that you only use the lawnmower when you can see it. It's almost the same as if you're just using a lawnmower yourself, so it doesn't really help then. All I see is Elina handing you the sticks. Oh dear. I cry. Elina's just making more work for me and I'm not doing anything. I cry. I can't believe this slander. Yeah, my stick pile is only getting worse while Elina's is getting smaller.
You know, we could have put the metal thing on top of it and grill
Oh there.
the sausage on.
Yeah, Elina's thinking using a metal grill to make sausage. Unfortunately we don't have any, so
No.
we first need to go to a store somewhere. I'm worried about the flame. Do we still have flame? I think is the question. I think there's some flame.
Need to wait
Yeah, I think we'll wait a bit.
especially with the little one.
Yep. So maybe I'll cut the branches. Branches given to me. Elina can come and see echidnas in Sydney. I think that is that a echidna. I think it was a. Wait, was it a bird or a mammal? I think it was one of those smiley little fellas. I don't think it's a birdie boy. I think it's similar to like those smiley guinea pig looking guys. Is it? I might be wrong.
Is it
Can you confirm?
what is it called?
Echidna. Echidna. Yeah. That's the word I was given in chat.
Okay, is it one of those pouch
Bogus, what the hell? Bogus coming in here with some diabolical facts, if that is even a fact. I don't think me googling that is good thing. So maybe I'll let either that thing leave unanswered or
we have flame.
yeah, we have flame again. So my worry about the flame ending was for naught. Yeah, we'll keep this flame going like an Olympic flame. So we'll only let it die when the house is finished. So we'll just have to, take turns to sleep here on the plot. And I don't think what we'll feed it after this. I hope my brother still has firewood. Because we'll be burning through it quite fast. But yeah, the flame is alive and well again.
I don't think we would manage to keep it alive many days.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be able to.
We wouldn't be. Not even with the pinsos.
Yeah, not even with my brother's firewood, I don't think we would manage. So, do I still have sticks? Oh, there I still have sticks. What is this? Massive tree. I thought we were done with this. Oh, there's still the one. Still the one after this.
Yeah, and then there are the branches.
Yeah, there's more branches still. Okay, the guaca is the smiley one. Okay, do you have those? Because I think those would be a easier thing to sell. Or where are those? Are they nearby or am I thinking like a whole different continent? Because my biology and geography is both horrible. Oh yeah, Elina is asking, do you have platypuses? How do you pronounce that?
I have no idea.
Platypus.
You think they are babies? They're so cute.
Yeah, baby ones are cute, says Elina.
Slowly, slowly.
Because I know they have those, I think, in Minecraft now. So we could, just play Minecraft instead of, you need to sell it harder than Minecraft is selling it. Okay, I threw in some leaves again, even though we discussed not to do it for a while, but I done did
How
it.
you do this?
I done did it.
Why you do this? I was sick of you.
Very nice. Threatening me with sticks. Threatening me with good time.
Oh.
Hello? Hello? I done gave the fire some work to do. I can still see the flames. If I lift it up, it gets more air. You can hear that it goes crazy then. Now it's just bending the stick.
And is it killing our fire already like in the fire?
It is getting crazy when I lift it, because you know it gets more air. So it likes when it's lifted. Yippee! Elina is terrified. Yeah, we're smoking Elina again. All the cute things are there. The echidna is a quill-covered, spiny anteater thing. Oh, I see. Platypus 2, I can't believe they exist. Yeah, that is that is actually true. The same I think for there are a few like species, panda being one, for me at least, that I from all the footage I've seen of pandas is again like how do they exist, how have they survived. I think for platypus it's a bit the same. But yeah, Natalie confirmed that there's platypus in Australia.
Ah, yes.
So you're already doing a good job selling Australia for us. Oh yeah, I was supposed to ask Nat, do we have a stream? I mean, do you have a stream tomorrow? Is there another cancellation coming? I can't believe you had a scheduled channel just to cancel a stream. Can't believe you done this. I can't believe. These smaller scissors are struggling. Okay, these are maybe the last leaves. So if the flame survives this, it should have done all it's supposed to, unless Elina comes in with another one somewhere. Let's see if it burns through. Okay, I can already see another pile. So, chat, I'm sorry I lied. More than likely going ahead after disappearing. Thank you again for the scheduled channel recommendations. Yeah, of course, it's not like it was my idea. I think I saw it in some other Discord. But because I think for you it makes even more sense than what it does for me. Because for me it's like only like every week I go in and... No, it's okay. So yeah, for me it's like I go in there and say like, okay, I don't know. But for you it's like you can put in there the origin, like the default values, and then if there's ever a exception to those, you can easily just put them there. So I think for you it makes even more sense.
Quite pretty how I guess they are leaves or needles become white.
Yeah, the needles, or what do you call them, turn white when they burn. They're smoking all the neighborhood.
And there is yet another car.
Yeah, another car coming in to see our smoking business. I wonder if you had like put in like a meat or something like around there where where the camera is located, what would it gotten have like, would it have smoked it? Because I know the heat is not too much where you are at around now, but maybe if it was just a bit closer, because I know the smoking would have happened for sure with the amount of smoke you've been getting. I think we'll let it burn a bit. We can hold the meat. Yeah, we'll bring you guys some sausages to hold. Actually, I have a new bag for the BellaBox setup. I need to take a picture of it. We were discussing with my brother because my brother has a like a laser cutter, I think, because he has a like a 3D printer for like, you know, where you can print plastic stuff, so PLA and stuff. But he also just got a like a laser cutter which you can cut like plywood with. So I was thinking making an insert inside the bag for the BellaBox setup. So I think that's something I could design. So, you know, like a place for each of the, like one for the computer thing and one for the modem which has the connection in it, and then for the power bank. So all those kind of things would have a slot somewhere. So I was thinking maybe asking him to cut it from a plywood. But we'll see when I have the time for it. Because I know there's also like blog posts to write and all that stuff. So there's plenty to do. I have not gotten around to. Bingy Bongy saying, pretty sure it would have to be an enclosed space. Yeah, I think it would need to at least have some like, maybe be in a box where, you know, it would be like, maybe have a setup so that the box would be enclosed so that it would go from underneath it. So it would be open from the bottom and maybe small holes on the top. And then the smoke would go like through it. But the other thing, like this open air, it would do much. So I think I agree with you there. But yeah, there's still some small piles of leaves. I can actually rotate you guys a bit so you can see the progress we've done, if any. You can be there. You can tell me if there's been any progress. So that's the side now. Remember there was a huge pile of those brushes there, and now there's none. There's still a few you can maybe see there. There's still some small piles, so I think we'll go through those. I think Elina was getting the leaves or the branches from further back there. But you can actually see now there on the, I think pretty much on the center of the screen right now there's a birch tree. I think two at least, maybe three. Maybe 3 trees, hello? But at least 2 I think. I might see 3, but I don't know, it depends on if that's what I'm seeing is. Wait, are you tilted forwards enough?
But those that look kind of gray, they are spruces.
Yeah, Elina's saying that the grey ones are spruce, so it could be that there's only 1 or 2. I would need to go closer to identify. Not that I'm much good at, you know, identifying trees, but maybe I will recognize a birch from others, hopefully, so that I can brag to Nats that I have immense birch recognizing skills. You know, as a Finn, it should be in my genes to recognize a birch. So I'm still gathering the few bits, few smaller piles here. We'll see if the fire lasts long. I don't think we have any more logs or like those firewoods we brought with us. So if the fire dies out, then we're just out of luck. But yeah, it's smoking time. But I'm actually curious because I know they like smoke meat with certain types of wood. If this wood would be any good for it. Maybe not, I don't know. I have to say smoking is not an area of expertise of mine, so can't really say. But yeah, this time I have sunscreen on. So yeah, we did remember. But yeah, it is also a lot sunnier this time than it was previous time, so it's a good thing too. But yeah, compared to the start of the stream, you can actually see the snow has really escaped us, like it has melted fast. Because when we came in, it was mostly just like a even surface everywhere. Now there's like large areas without any snow on the sand here as well. So the sun is really heating it up. There's also, you can maybe see there's like wet spots in there, like puddles. So the ground is not draining all the water from it.
Just pile them on.
Yes. I keep on bringing in the flames, bringing in the fuel. You can see there's more flame on the side where you're at. We actually brought chairs with us this time too, but as you can see where Elina is sitting, that these chairs we have this time are not the laid back kind, so they are more of the sit upright. So they are for working. The last ones we were for relaxing. But we don't have them with us, so there's no relaxing this time. It's all work. Oh dear. But yeah, I'm not seeing too many piles. I think Elina might have some hidden piles deeper in the plot, so we might have to go. Okay, so they're underneath. So there's a bit of a slope toward the back of the plot, so somewhere there. These are extremely snowy.
It's good that we didn't start with those because they were covered in snow.
Yeah, those ones that
Now
are.
they are wet.
Yeah, Elina just said that it's good that we started where we did, because the ones we're throwing in now are like a lot snowier than the others, and especially when we started out they were covered in snow, so the ones we did go with were less snowy. Let's hope all of those burn, but I think they should do fine.
I have some special.
There, special delivery. So let's go to the back of the plot. Actually, I'm curious how far can I go without the microphone cutting off, because I'm still assuming you can hear me, because I think I was around. Yeah, it's gonna be a quiet stream soon. Can you guys still hear me? Caught. What?
I think from that distance.
Yeah, because I think I was here when I was showing you like where would the different rooms go in the house. But it's a bit wet here. Oh, I can see the piles Elina mentioned. Those are quite the piles, oh dear. But there's also quite leafy piles, so we'll see whether we can get them and then whether we can burn them. But yeah, it's really moist here. Moist to Gasta. Can you still hear me? I'm assuming because it's like you can like directly see the microphone or the setup there. I'm assuming you can still hear me. Let's go. Let's go into the plot. I can hear like squeaking sounds from this harness I'm wearing. So I'm hoping it's not too much of a spam to you guys. Audio check. I can check the board later if I can. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, sorry, lucky while playing. No worries. What are you playing, Bogus? What's the game? If you can hear me, hello. What's the game of choice today? There are some branches here. Actually, quite a lot of branches here. We might have to actually do these at a later time because there's so many that I don't think we have enough firewood to keep the flame going. Although these are looking quite dry, so they might burn quite easy. We'll see. We'll see if this works. Because the less of these kind of things we have on the plot, the easier it is for the construction. You don't have to move them around, or you don't have to avoid when doing stuff. So the more we can get rid of these, the better. These are quite dry.
Yeah.
So I guess in that sense it would be good to burn them. If we can cut through them. I think I took the wrong scissors again.
Need to cut them into smaller pieces.
Yeah, could be. So yeah, these guys should burn quite easy. They're just pointing at every direction. Which makes, getting them inside there and getting them to burn quite hard. There we go. Is the next goal of the day a secret? Do we not have a goal of the day? Or are you asking for the whatever happens after this stream? I thought I put in audio clear, very good. Wow, you're so far away. Yeah, I was a small guy. I think Elina is now far away. So yeah, classic wow. Okay, I see. I see. So a classic choice. A classic. Wait, now I feel like I have to check whether the goal of the day is visible or not. Because I felt like I did update it. I think it should say stuff like cleaning up at the plot or something. But if you're asking about like whatever happens after this one, that's classified. No, just kidding. Not classified. Oh, after clean, yeah, after clean up the plot. Yeah, it's visible. Okay, yeah. So sorry about the confusion. Because let's say I doubt everything when it comes to this setup of mine. But yeah, the next goal, like after this stream, would be measuring stuff. Because that's what we would need to do. Because currently the schedule is so that we'll have our starting meeting. Because in Finland, when you start a building, like start a construction, you usually pretty much in every city or town or whatever, you have to have a start meeting. And in that start meeting, you have it basically means that the bureaucracy around it has been cleared. So we are planning to have that start meeting 22nd. So I think it's not next Tuesday, but the one after that. So 22nd of April is the current timeline for the starting meeting. And after the starting meeting, you are then permitted to start construction. So you're not allowed to do any construction work until you have done that. And for the maths is coming up. Yeah, that is actually true. So yeah, after the meeting is over, then we have a permission to have an excavator here doing the digging and stuff. But for the excavator, there was an option to order the precise measures of where the buildings will be in. But that costs 200 euros. So someone from the city to come in and tell us that, okay, this is the corner of the building and this is the other corner. But if they come in after you have done the gravel work, so after you have the gravel where you will be having the house on, if they come after that, then there's no extra expense. So it's just like if you want to have an additional measuring, that will be 200 euros. Now for the digging stuff, so for the excavator stuff, the measurements don't need to be that exact. So let's say that for the sewer, it's enough that it's in something like roughly a meter, like square meter area, because you know there's quite a lot of like height that still will be added because of the floor and stuff. So for it to be around in like a meter square, you would still be able to get it like correct inside the building. So we won't be ordering the advanced measuring before the actual buildings, before the excavator comes in. So for those we need to do those ourselves. So we will just do like estimate measurements. So you can see there might be some like sticks of wood coming up here and there. So we'll need to gather all those. I think there's one here that we used earlier when we were just for ourselves doing some measures. So we'll just for fun. So this time we'll just do like estimate of where the corners of the buildings will be in, and then we just like hammer these in there, and then we can go in and like do the estimates. Okay, here's where the sewer comes up, and here's where the water is in, and here's where the central heating comes in, and those kind of things. So that would be the next goal. I've tried not to throw it in the fire because we will need it later. So that's the next goal. So unfortunately there will be some math. We have quite a long like measuring rolls, so like those circular things that you can pull. I think there's like 50-meter one and 30-meter ones that we bought last year. So we'll use those. The problem is that I think we need to ask our neighbors if it's okay that we do the measures from their buildings, because I think that's like the only like exact measures we can do that are measurable from the pictures we have, because there's nothing else on the plot that we can like, okay, this is exactly here. So the only things that can be like visible on the papers and that are also like exactly where they are the buildings. So the road too, but the road is I think a bit vague. Like where does the road start? Does it start where the gravel starts, where the ditch ends, where the asphalt starts? So that again is not too accurate. So the buildings are pretty much the only things we can measure from to have it accurate as needed. As I mentioned, it doesn't need to be like millimeter, like the tolerances here are like a meter or like half a meter in each direction. So we just need to know roughly the area where the digging needs to be done in when the excavator comes. So yeah, that's the next goal. But like I mentioned, I'm not sure when that'll be, because I think the latest it would be a week from now, so next Friday. Because I was also debating whether or not I want to stream like stuff related to me bringing the caravan. That could be an option. The thing is that there's a high chance of doxing myself if I stream driving. And so I don't think I will be doing that. So if anything, there will be like a stream, so that when we actually get it here, that we can show that we got it, that it's now here. So maybe that would be a stream. But then again, if we have a stream about the measure stuff, we could then show the caravan being here at the same time. So it could be a week from now, the next IRL stream. But yeah, let's bring more dry sticks. Maybe I should take a chair as well, because these are not too thick, so you can use the small scissors for it. Let's go get a chair. Let's go get the chair. And then we'll come and see that Elina only took one chair. Oh dear. What? Oh yeah, the second one's already there, sorry. It's already here. But it's filled with stuff. Okay, so I do have a chair. It's just a bit dirty, for it has been smoked. It's been smoked a bit. The pheasant is again making screaming sounds. So now let's see how close can we get without the chair melting. Is that a thing we can worry about? Okay. I hope I'm not like too low so that you can still see that I'm doing stuff too. Please believe me. Sorry for the stress. Can't believe I'm stressing. But yeah, it's self-inflicted stress, if anything.
Quite a lot of leaves around it now because I've been cutting down.
Yeah, Elina is piling up leaves around her. But yeah, this is quite relaxing because it's also like warm by the fire. So it's not a bad thing. Oh wait, Nat, what's the plan for tomorrow's stream? What will you be playing? Or will they be playing? Will we be doing more room setup or something like that? I might have forgotten if you have already announced plan for tomorrow. You've done some great walking. Actually, I'm curious. I think my clock should measure the amount of steps I've taken. So we'll see if it has. Let's see. Or where it does. If it does. Wait, should it not? Oh yeah, 3,000 steps. Not that much actually. I was assuming more, but then I think it's mostly been standing. So not that much walking, more so that I just stood there with the scissors in hand. But I guess it's like sitting down, it's more relaxing doing this. So
Should have done it from the start.
yeah, I should have just sat down from the start. Although I think with the bigger ones, I don't think it would have been that easy
That's true.
with the bigger scissors. But yeah, it's getting hot in here now that I'm close. Maybe I should go further a bit. Guys, it's at least 28 degrees here. I swear. This is Australia now, boys. Can't believe we made our own Australia.
Yeah, there are some.
I asked my parents, because you guys remember the huge amount of logs they had in the yard where we planned on, making our home inside the logs, that whether they had already started making firewood from those. And my father was like, yeah, we already, I think 2/3 of the way done with them. And I'm like, okay. So they've been really fast. They've been working hard on those. Because I was thinking that now that I go to my parents, that we could have had a stream of like making the firewoods. Because I think that would be something maybe not everyone has done or seen. Yeah. Can you say one log? We need to make content out of it. No, just kidding. But yeah, we'll see if there's any left when I get there. I think I'll be driving on Sunday. I think I might have mentioned that already, but that's the current plan. Because like I mentioned, I have a holiday of 2 weeks now, vacation. So I'm off work. So that's nice. You're so close to the fire. Yeah, actually, I'm quite close.
Yeah.
I don't know if Elina is.
Half of your face is red.
Yeah, I'm getting red here. Guys, I'm grilling myself. Maybe I go a bit further back. Guys, I almost smoked myself and grilled myself. Oh yeah, there's the rose bushes. They have spikes on them.
Yeah.
Those are not friends. All you need are some spiders and snakes, and then we have Australia here.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if we want any of those. Do we want the authentic Australia, or do we just want this made-up Australia? Can you recommend the...
In Australia, we would just dig into those dry bushes.
Yeah, now how do I do this? Where do I push
Like
this?
that.
I think this is perfect. This is ergonomics. This is amateur stream, guys. You can't judge me. My methods are my own. This is like one of those, in American stuff, there's like, do not try at home. So I need a disclaimer like that. There was a giant bug in the tissue box in the kitchen. Never found it again. It's nesting inside. That sounds like a lovely surprise. Tissue box in the kitchen. So how much napalm did you did you use? Because I think kitchen area is the last place I'd like them to be in. So what was the exterminatus like after you noticed that? Yeah, the only thing about being too close to the fire, it's like I know when I'm too hot, so it doesn't matter in that sense. But the thing I don't know is when the phone gets too hot, the chat phone, because it's like further away from me than I am. So if my face feels like it's okay, then it could be too hot for the phone. So I guess that's the only stress I have related to being too close to the fire, because it's not like I wouldn't notice if I were burning myself. I hope at least. Let's go get some more. Let's go get some more branches. Elina is bringing a lot of branches. She's trying to outdo me. Like when in elementary school and stuff, you're carrying like chairs. You need to impress everyone by taking massive amount of chairs. So that's what Elina did. Took a massive amount of burnable chairs there, trying to outdo me. Can't believe this. Can't believe you've done this. Yeah, the pile here is decreasing quite nicely. I wonder how much of this sound you can hear, because it's a bit loud digging into this pile. I wonder if you can go around and pull some of these from some certain angle. I'm assuming you can still hear me. We did verify that earlier, so I doubt it would break now. There's branches everywhere. The thing I would just pile them, next to my chest. But seeing that the microphone is on my chest, I don't really want to do that. Because like I mentioned, I'm already stressing about losing the microphone, so maybe not inevitably trying to lose it on purpose. So will not outdo Elina carrying that enormous pile. I was watching Ludwig, a YouTuber, on a Japan trip, and he had the microphone on his cap, which was an interesting position. I was actually thinking if that would work, so if I were wearing a cap, if I could just have the microphone on the tip of the cap, or if that would just, when you move, if that would have just, flown out, or if that would work. So we might have to test that at some point. I blinked and the snow in the background is gone. Yeah, that is true.
That's how Takatalvi works.
Yeah, that's how the returning winter works, that it's mostly during the morning time and by the evening it's gone.
There was quite a good amount of snow.
But yeah, there was 5 to 10 centimeters here, so it has taken a long time for the sun to pierce it. I won't be using that box anymore. But what about the boxes nearby? Have you seen where the contamination ends? Can you ever be sure that the kitchen is usable?
What has happened to the kitchen?
Nat has had spiders in the kitchen. Elina is asking what's the reason behind this exterminatus.
There.
So there's a tissue box in the kitchen that's filled with spiders. And in Australia, every spider is lethal, at least to foreigners. And by for those unaware with Nat's reaction, it does sound like a every spider is a little one. You know, there might be some dramatic reactions to seeing a spider in those streams. So that's, you know, vouching for my claim that all of them are toxic, poisonous. But yeah, did I ask already what's the plan for your tomorrow stream, Nat? Did I miss your message? Did you answer that? Will you be playing Inzoi or Kingdom Come, or what else do you have? Because again, I think I mentioned earlier, if I do miss a message, feel free to put a repost on it and send it again, so I can then scroll a bit and see if I actually missed it or if it's not just showing. Because now we have a new data plan on the phone. The chat phone has a separate mobile data, so it should work better than it has before. So I would like to get a verification that I am seeing all the messages. So if I do miss a message, feel free to repost it with a repost. I'm not sure what kind of bug it was, but at least it wasn't scary. My dad just says, and there are X-bugs in Australia. Tomorrow is a surprise reveal of my unfinished secret room project. I see, that's an interesting one. Glad I won't be missing it then, because you know I might miss early week streams, you know, Monday, Wednesday, depending on, as I'm assuming I'm at my parents, and then maybe driving with the caravan. So, but yeah, tomorrow I'll be there for this secret mansion room. I'm assuming there's a new level, because you know in like billionaire mansions you most definitely have like secret rooms that, you know, only certain family members know of. So probably you just came up, found a room hidden, and you know, just cleaned up the skeletons and the torture chambers. And you know, can't wait for that reveal. But can't believe you'd say it's unfinished. What is this? Unfinished Slande. But yeah, I feel like it's again like a cozy stream now that I'm sitting down. I think I was just like try-harding before. So I feel like the whole vibe shifted when I sat down. But yeah, I think we still need a hydrate redeem, because I just realized I haven't drank a single drop of anything the whole time. So I do have a bottle of water with me, so I could go and get that. If only someone redeemed it. No, just kidding. I'll go in a sec. What is this? Hydrate in Swedish. What would be hydrate in Swedish? A dricka or something? I know that's drink.
Hydrate
In Swedish.
Swedish.
Yeah, dricka is drink, but that's where my Swedish ends.
Call.
Yeah, that's kippis in Swedish is called, but like cheers. But I don't think that's hydrate. We need to ask Alex if we ever raid her stream again, or when we next stream. I think next raid her. That sounded somehow like this was the last stream, or so somehow sounded so final. But yeah, it's not that.
Going to burn everything.
Yeah, we will burn. I think this is not a tree or a branch, but it's a
It is a rhubarb.
rhubarb or something. We'll burn it too.
I have those too.
These are like hollow.
Yeah.
I think there's a type of these that is like invasive. Like similar to those, there's a one that is invasive, like koiranputki, but I think it's something like that.
Yeah,
So
it is a different species.
yeah, different species, but similar looking.
Yeah.
Especially like when they are dry like that, it looks similar. But yeah, you can see there's hardly any smoke coming now that we don't put in any leaves. It's mainly just branches that we're pulling in or putting in. So those are like burning quite clean.
Have a little bit of those branches there, but
Yeah, you can bring those. There's apparently some more branches there.
you are saving them for some
Oh no, I might have missed them.
special occasion.
Saving them for a special smoking occasion.
Oh,
There's a pheasant,
fun.
there.
I have never seen them fly.
Yeah, I did a little jumpy jump there. I think you might be able to see it. I assume you do. Can you spam pheasant on the chat? Because we have a emote for it in like 7TV emote or what those are those called. I think it was last time that we discussed that we need to add them. So we have those sad and those kind of emotes in there. I think we have white
Oh,
people
they are
sad in there.
looking what we are doing.
Yeah, it's judging us.
Yeah, now you are anyway. Like we are nothing.
That was a hard one.
How will you start singing?
Elina wants to hear the singing. I'm not too big of a fan, but we'll see. Maybe I'll, how do you say, warm up to it.
You will.
I'm forced to warm up to it.
Yeah. Got to love them.
I will learn to love them, says Elina. We'll see. But yeah, I'll go get the water bottle now that I ran out of branches. But I think it's here. Perhaps. Where is it? Elina is saying that it's looking at us. Oh yeah, there. There it goes. It looks magnificent. The colors are like so far from like concealing ones. Like you would maybe assume that being a species that can hardly fly, you would benefit from being like concealed, but apparently not. That's not necessary, says Pheasant. They are flying here. There's two of them. I think they might be. I think there might be a fight. Yeah, they were chasing each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, there might be some fighting sounds coming soon. With how they were flying and chasing each other.
Yep.
So
Was not happy.
white people. I don't know if that's a. I don't know if that's an emote.
Going this direction.
I think I saw them again somewhere. Yeah, there's a. I think it's a pheasant with a like a capital first letter. I think that's the emote. White people. I think it's white people sad, or I think it's the same one as you have, Nat, on your chat that we always spam.
Oh. Oh. They are chasing each other. Oh, they went.
There was a chase.
Yeah, there was a chase.
I think now you have the. Yeah, there's the pheasant. Yeah, the Pahvi was the moderator we have here as well. Like, what is this RuneScape ass pheasant emote we added? And that's the only one I found because I was just searching up pheasant, and that's the only one they found, or I found when I searched the emote list.
I'm just looking at the direction I want to see more. I didn't know they can fly that well.
Yeah, they were flying quite well. I have never seen them fly either,
Me neither.
but it was flying quite well.
Yeah, I was always thought they were like too plump.
Yeah, I was also thinking that, like Elin just mentioned, that she always thought the pheasants were too plump to fly. I've always thought that they fly like chickens, just
Yeah.
mostly like jumping.
True. There. Oh, that is a female one.
So there's a female apparently. I'm not seeing anything, I'm back to it.
Yeah, you're going to
Yeah, the white people sad, you need to put the S in the sad, you need to capitalize that one, I think. So there's the white people and then capital S and then AD. Can't believe that you've not done the white people sad at your own chat, not just kidding. It's us that keep spamming it.
The male is looking for the female. One goes a pay.
I'm getting a report about the pheasant fights. Bogus fight the white people happy. I think they're the happy with starts with a capital letter again. But I'm glad we got the happy faces, not the sad ones. But yeah, the fire is dying out actually.
Oh no.
We need to put in some fuel for it. I'll go get some more branches. The hydration was a mistake, guys. Never hydrate. That's what we learned. We won't be getting a redeem for hydrate, seeing that it's it messes things up. Can you hear like a small rat sounds again, like nirsk-narsk? Because I can see it, I can hear the harness somehow making that sound. I think it may be with the microphone. Can you hear it? Just curious if it's like spam to you or if it blocks out. There's a pile of branches. Bingy bongy. Oh no, white people sad. Oh dear. There's some branch removal ASMR for you if you heard that. And then some more. Ugh, let's pull them. So now we're walking with the branches on either side. But yeah, so far it seems like the microphone range is quite impressive. So, because the thing I was worried about, if I, for example, when we have the excavator here, I was hoping I will ask the guy driving the excavator if it's okay that I film. I'm assuming it's okay that I film like the general area, so I will just put the tripod somewhere, leave it as is as, and then have the microphone with me. But in that case, it would be nice that the microphone would pick up from quite a distance, so that I wouldn't need to worry about being too far from it. But so far it looks like it has quite the range, so that's good. Oh yeah, you have to have like an extension for them to show. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have it so that it shows on the OBS widget. I think I have it on my browser. And then on this, like what was the real-time chat is the application I'm using thanks to your recommendation. This one also has it. I think there was like an option to show them, so I set that as a yes. So I have them showing here. But for the longest time I didn't have the browser extension either. So I think I only saw some of them because I had the better Twitch TV add-on, and that didn't show all of the emotes. I don't know what was which one it did show and which one it didn't, but I know that some of them I didn't see, and then like the white people ones I did. So there was some technical confusion there on my part mostly. So now you're hooked up with the emotes. Actually, I'm still thinking, because I think last stream we were discussing that at some point we'll be hitting the affiliate. I'm hoping. I would assume that it's only a matter of time. You would never know, of course, but the requirements for it are not that bad. 50 followers is the one that we're missing right now. I think the other ones are mostly not just you doing enough streaming. So that's only about whether or not you get the streams going or not. So those should be doable. But when we do get them, we have those emote slots. So that's the thing I have no idea. So if you guys have any good emote suggestions, there's a channel in the Discord for putting up any ideas. So you can already put in like, when do we get the emotes open? What sort of emotes should we have? Because I'm thinking like for example, the subscription badges and stuff, they could be like construction related, so that the first levels would be you guys being like I don't know, whether either like you guys being like starting up construction workers and then leveling up to like CEOs and stuff in a company. Because if we're like role playing a crew of like either construction or deconstruction, I guess it would be something to that theme. But I think there's like plenty of emote slots, so I don't know what we'll be doing with all of those. Especially seeing that, because I remember that in one of the Finnish streamers I used to watch, Mr. Sysop, he had these emotes of like red card, yellow card and green card, which was mostly just, if there was some behavior in the chat, you could like have the chat moderated a bit with those, giving others like green cards and red cards and yellow cards. So, but there's already those. I think we have them already in the 7TV emotes already, so we don't need like to use the Twitch emote slots for those. Necessarily we still could, but we don't necessarily need to. need XDD. You can. There's a channel in Discord. If there's a specific one you mean, you could just link it, and I will add it after stream. Because there was like a gazillion slots. I think there was like 1,000 slots for the 7TV emotes. I don't know if you ever get like a full 1,000. I don't know whoever will use all of those 1,000 if you ever get the full slots. So I don't think we'll run out of slots in this 7TV emote. But in the Twitch ones, of course, we will have a more limited amount. So there's a discussion and maybe some ideas from you guys. But yeah, you can directly link from the site, like the 7TV site, which emote is it you want. Also, if you have if you want it to be typed a certain way, I think I would prefer things to be typed with an uppercase at some point, so that when you're if you have a word that's all lowercase, you could have it come up in a normal sentence, depending of course on the word. Because like an XDD, I don't think there's a risk of that being a word. But let's say that there's like a emote for, let's say, like a cat, and if someone just says cat, it just makes it an emote. It might be hard to read. So I think I will be avoiding making emotes all lowercase, at least those that are like words that can be used. But I don't think other than that there's any rules or issues with them. But yeah, it's a chill stream. How are you guys? What are you all up to? I'm hoping you guys are doing something alongside. I don't mind if you guys are just staring at me chopping wood, but it's giving me pressure if I need to entertain you like that. So I'm hoping this is just on the background you're doing something else as well.
And watching the snow melt.
Yeah, you guys are watching the snow melt with an intense stare. Yeah, I think I might need to feed the fire a bit with this pile I've made.
Oh.
Elina is getting cold. Needs to get closer to the flame. Or then we need to increase the size. Let's make it bigger, boys. I wonder if these rose bushes can be picked up. Because I'd like to burn them before they, prick everything. Because I do have gloves, but they're not like extremely thick ones, so they might prick through the gloves. But yeah, you can still see that even if there was like ashes at some point, it's hot enough that when you put stuff in it, it just lights a flame again. And back to the cutting. Okay, I'm getting smoked. That was the revenge from the rose bush. Oh yeah, Bingy Bongy. Playing classic WoW. Very nice. Sounds good. Are you playing together with Bogus? I'm not sure if I know who you are. I might have a guess. So that's why I'm asking. It might be that you're not who I'm assuming, so don't worry about that. Just curious. Oh yeah, and also thanks for the follow. We are lurker friendly, so I won't call you out, but you've been in the chat, so I'm assuming it's okay. Elina is again seeing the pheasant lurking. So there's if you guys are lurking, some of you guys, then there's a pheasant lurking here as well. I think the one risky thing is that when I'm throwing with the hand, that I have my scissors in, that I just yeet the scissors in there, but that's a risk I'm willing to take, because I don't think my brother is here anymore, and these are my brother's scissors. Last time we were destroying his saw, and now we're destroying his garden scissors. And I hope Sampula is not immediately here like I hear this. I heard everything. We'll see.
He just wants to go to all of clothes. Oh no, it's grassy place. Little place.
Very nice again, narrating the activities of the pheasant. I need to learn how to pronounce the pheasant. How do you pheasant? I think it's pheasant, but it's again not a word I'm using very often. So, but yeah, guys, if you think that you know, if you think you have like a enormous vocabulary in English, you can just start streaming, and you know, it'll drop you from that castle you've built very well and very fast. Because trying to keep up a conversation in any language is pretty much, but especially in a like a non-native one, it seems to be a somewhat a struggle. But yeah, the water tastes really good. So maybe I was a bit thirsty. What?
The water is quite cold.
Yeah, the water is of course cold since the temperature here
Yeah.
is a bit chilly.
He's really checking us out there.
The pheasant is really judging us being here. It's like you're not supposed to be here.
This is like it's prime singing.
It's prime singing time.
All the ladies will be.
But yeah, I have to say the vibe definitely changed with me coming, you know, sitting down. But before that I was like try harding so hard, and now I'm just like
You need to come.
yeah, guys, this is the lesson for you guys. You don't need to work hard, you just need to get a cozy vibe going. Then you know the work just feels like there is no work. So that's the key to building a house. And then you'll see like 1,000 streams of me like not getting anything done with the house, and and the next stream will be like with the snow on top of the house, being like, okay, yeah, we're not waterproof, guys. This is not good. Can we get one more cozy stream to solve it?
The snow is quite amusing because it has not been snowing at all.
Yeah. Well, Elina's just telling that there was like 2 weeks of no snow and like extremely hot temperatures, like for this time of yeah. But yeah, it is extremely hot for this time of the year, not for like actually being hot. But like plus degrees for weeks is like uncommon during like the early April, end of March. Looking up clothes for my new Labubus. Yeah, I think I saw the story. That was a cursed one. Yeah, it's my bro. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Yeah, so I was correct. But I didn't think I only pieced it together with the classic WoW, because you know what are the odds of having two WoW players? Oh yeah, that's the birdie biting us. I don't think I'm allowed to go there with the birdie best. Till I can maybe turn you guys. You can see the pheasant. Can you see it? Maybe you can't. It's there. Can you see it now? I wish there was a zoom on this, but on the Action 4 when it's in the webcam mode you cannot zoom it. So unfortunately there's no way to make it any more visible than it is. But yeah, it's right there where I was walking when I went to pick up the branches, so that's where we have a male fasan quite right there. I will tilt you guys a bit. Do you have Pop Mart in Finland, or are blind boxes popular there? I have no idea what a Pop Mart is. So yeah, so I don't think we have those here.
Sounds like some kind of grocery store.
Yeah, Ina's thinking it's a grocery store, so maybe not. I don't think so. I've never heard. What like we have pop stores, which like pop-up stores, exactly what I was referring to. So like when some brands have a limited supply of stuff, they just make a pop-up store where they sell for a brief time. So that's the only pop store we have are those. And blind boxes, no, I don't think. For children we have had like Pokemon related stuff, then like cards, like trading cards, and then there's
These plastic figures.
Yeah, I was gonna say like plastic figures and stuff that come in like you don't know what's in it. So those kind of things we have, but mostly for children. I don't know like what are those Labubus branded. I think they could be the same, but I don't think we have those here at least. But then again, I don't know any youngsters.
Squishmallows also have their.
Yeah, Squishmallows we have plenty, but I don't know, do they have like random ones?
They do have those the smallest ones.
Okay, Lynn said that the smallest Squishmallows are like one that you don't know which one you're getting.
I think it is Squishmallow.
So in those that we would have it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think Finland is known for any of that stuff, and we tend to get everything like that later than like everyone else. So if something's popular, like, because I, for example, remember like in my childhood we had Tamagotchis and stuff like that, but those came like years later than when they were like mainstream in other countries. I think it has like improved a bit since like early 2000s. So we're getting things faster because of like TikTok and stuff, but I think we're still getting most of the trends a bit late here. Thick. We do have the saw with us, but I don't think we need it this time. Do you have Uniglo in Finland? How do you even pronounce that? Uniglo. I've never heard. What is it? Is it, can you give us a like a context? Are we talking plushies or a certain type of store, or because I have no idea. I would immediately answer is no, but it could be that we're just not in the loop. So we're just not in the know.
I haven't visited toy stores or the toy.
Yeah, we haven't been to toy stores and those places that sell stuff like those. The last times we've been, I think you were buying like Squishmallow stuff there.
Yeah, I haven't gone to check out
Like some Squishmallows.
Smallest Squishmallows.
So that's the last time. I think it's been some time since we've been to a place that sells any plushies. Because Elina's mostly make. Oh well, we did go to IKEA, but I don't think that counts for
Yeah.
places that sell.
IKEA always counts.
Yeah, IKEA is a plushie shop. The most known. It could be like quantity-wise, it could be quite a major plushie seller. I think, like worldwide thinking, it probably does sell quite a lot of them. The smoke is a lot. Is the pheasant still there? No, it isn't. Elina's coming to check out is the route clear. But yeah, there's a lot of words I'm like contemplating how to pronounce. Like route, route. Which one is it? Let's go get some more. The pheasant is there on the left side of the plot. The neighbors actually just drove in there. I think Elina will go and greet them if they. Or does he? Or does she? I don't think she. At least not yet. So there's still a small pile of branches here. This one is also getting smaller. I think we're making some progress, even though it feels endless. Situation feels hopeless. I think some of these are also either frozen here, or I would assume they're frozen. I hope they are cut so that they're not, growing from here. We'll see. There's this one thing that I couldn't pull out. Guys, having trouble all day. It could be that it's just like underneath frost. So we might not be able to get them all. There's some more branch uncovering madness here. Few more branches. But yeah, the snow is melting fast. You can actually, it's funny, you can see that, for example, here where I am right now, I'm not sure if you can, you might be able to see me, but there's like a small rise on the sand, and like just behind it there's snow, because it just gives enough shadow for the sun to not touch the snow. So all the places you're seeing is somehow probably protected from the direct sunlight. Oh, there's a dog barking on the neighbor's side. So yeah, it's still, I think, well, it's almost 4 p.m. So it's on the early evening or afternoon, I guess. But I don't think the light level has really changed at all. So sun is around the same spot as it was before. Yeah, I think it was before, it was, I think, somewhere there. Now it's in there, so it has moved a bit, but I think it's almost, as aggressive as it was before. So
Yeah.
the light levels and stuff, I don't think it has made a difference.
Tickle back.
It's crackling time. It's a Japanese clothing store, absolutely boomed in the West / here in Australia for basic casual clothes. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't think I've heard it. Maybe if any place, I would assume it's like Helsinki would have it.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have it here.
No, most
Definitely not. But yeah, that sounds nice. Can you order from there? How we cooked?
It's getting warm again.
Yeah, Elina's getting warm. The flame's getting higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're running out of branches. There was a few still on the pile there.
Yeah.
But some of them, I think, at least one of them was so hard there. I think it might be that it's frozen
Yeah,
on the ground, because I couldn't pull them out. Maybe with the shovel we could bang them, but I don't know if we need to go that hard. You might take those. There's apparently 2 more. Yeah. Do you have more of these, or are we done after these?
Where is this one? This is also one of them.
Oh yeah, we could. Yeah. Because I think some of them would have been like measuring sticks, but I don't think we need these tall ones. Because we will get the official measures after they come in. So we only need the temporary ones we make ourselves for the locations of the sewer and stuff, like I mentioned earlier. That's the next goal of the day.
For next week.
Yeah, for next week. Yeah, I was thinking next Friday would probably be the easiest day to at least promise. Because I can't say for sure from any of the earlier days. Let's try.
Yeah, Friday.
It's also Easter.
So is it?
Yeah, next Friday is Easter Friday.
I see.
So we'll need to do Mammy review. Oh
I
dear.
would prefer chocolate eggs, but you
Yeah.
do you.
And I was thinking chocolate eggs, but Elina can't have chocolate eggs at least.
But there are vegan ones.
Oh yeah, there's
But
apparently
they
vegan
are
ones.
very expensive usually.
Okay.
So I don't
So
know.
they're expensive vegan
Maybe
chocolate
I
eggs.
just buy a chocolate bar.
So guys, which one would you prefer for next Friday stream? Mammy review or chocolate eggs?
But I don't think that, like, there is only one kind of mam they said.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I
But
think
they do
there's
have
different manufacturers for Mammy, so they're like
yeah,
kind of like different ones.
and they do have those kerrosmammi.
Yeah, there's a like pre-made. I think it has like cream in it and stuff. Or
It
is
has
it?
a topping.
Oh yeah,
And
some
then
topping in there.
underneath
Yeah,
is the mammi.
yeah. So there are some like bit differences to it, but it's mostly Mammy is Mammy. So
The caramel one is vegan.
no, caramel one is apparently vegan. Mammy is awful. Yeah, Binky Bonky, I won't fight you on it. It's I can't eat too much of it. For me, it's like a rare delicacy with like like a massive amount of I think even sugar and then cream on it. I think that's where it hits. But even then, it's mostly the cream that hits. So I have to say I slightly agree with you.
I think there is also vanilla.
Yeah, vanilla sauce.
I accidentally bought it. I thought it was a vegan one,
Oh,
and then
dear.
I took one spoonful and was like, "Oh, this is very nicely creamy," and then I was like, "Oh dear."
So yeah, Elina accidentally bought the vanilla one, which is not vegan. Which for Elina not handling milk very well that's an issue. It's a weird one because you can, at least I can, I doubt you can see it, but there's like water spewing out from the end of that branch from like where it's cut. It's
Oh,
like steaming from there, so I think the moisture is escaping because it's hot on the other end. So yeah, that's that.
are we now going to just let it die?
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else here, so we might just let
I
it
still
die.
have these.
Yeah, you can throw them. Then I can throw whatever she has. I don't think I have anything to add. We've been, it has been a productive day already, so.
Of course, there are also our sticks, but
Yeah, I think we could maybe burn this one. I guess yours is better to maybe save. Or do we? Yeah, I think we can just split mine up. This stick served us well.
yes.
But yeah, here's a lesson for you guys. Even if you serve well, you will be cut up. Oh, there. That was dark. But yeah, we didn't get any input from chat whether they want the mammy or chocolate egg. But yeah, Nat, if you're still there, let's do some DMs so you can even get some chocolate eggs there. Because right now it's the Easter season. If we move fast, we could get you some Finnish chocolate with some Easter stuff as well. Because in Finland, you basically for every season there's like special candy, like special types of chocolate. For now in Easter time, we have all these sorts of different kinds of like chocolate eggs and everything related to those. So there's crazy amount of stuff. And in winter there's yet again like a different kinds of stuff, but again crazy amount of stuff on winter sale. Don't cut us up and cook us. Egg, chocolate egg. Okay, so mammy is out, chocolate eggs are in. So we'll need to buy a few different types, I guess.
We'll sneak in some mam.
Oh, there. Elina will do a mammy filled chocolate egg.
Ooh, mammy filled chocolate egg would be quite nice.
I don't think it would.
But
Can I get your stick so I can push the stuff around?
Oh. But what about, white chocolate with mammy?
I don't know if white chocolate would even work with mammy. I don't know. I don't think
It was melted.
Elina's trying to sell me this chocolate mammy idea, but I'm not really buying. Maybe someone in chat. I don't think we have any mammy lovers in chat though. So I don't think there's anyone you can sell these to.
Ah, yeah, there is also some moisture bubbling out of the tree.
But yeah, we avoided the fire department
Yeah,
so
that's
far at least. Well, I might have just jinxed it. Oh, there. Vanilla ice cream plus mammy. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but for Nat is saying that it sounds like a perfectly gooey egg, but you have to think it's like rye,
Yeah,
rye-based
it's
stuff
like
inside.
porridge.
Yeah, it's mostly like rye porridge kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you would like oat porridge. I think that's the closest you can get to. But you guys, I don't think you want like porridge inside your chocolate eggs, because imagine biting into one and it's feeling like oat porridge. I think that would be the worst. That's nightmare fuel. Yeah, mammy just tastes like wet rye bread. That's actually not wrong. That's quite accurate. It's a bit sweeter, I guess. There's
Yeah.
like a small like sweet aftertaste and stuff. So, but with that exception, I think that's not too far of a description. But yeah, we do have actually like gooey eggs as well. We like have those things that have stuff in them. Like Marabou, for example, has different types, and I think even Fazer nowadays has those chocolate eggs filled with stuff. So
Yeah,
like
and
Patki's chocolate
yeah.
and those kind of things.
There are the aren't the mignon eggs
Yeah, there's
also?
also the famous mignon egg, which is just like an actual eggshell, so like a chicken egg shell, but that's filled with nougat. So like not chocolate per se, but similar. I was thinking of sending those to Australia, but I don't know if the border of yours would be like the border patrol would be like there's actual egg in here. So, because the shell is an actual chicken egg,
Yeah.
like shell, they do wash it like thoroughly, so there's nothing on it, like
No salmonella.
so there's no salmonella and stuff like that. But still, I don't know if that would be like something the Australian border patrol would allow through. So we might have to forget about the mignon eggs. Oh yeah, sorry, I have to mute. Hello, almost done did it. Okay, now we should be back. Do I dare look at the color? Do I even see the color? Yoink. It's maybe blue. I can check on my phone.
I think when the fire burns out, I might go inside there.
Yeah, Elina's already debating on going inside after the fire dies out because you know it's again the weather is not too it's not too warm here, not without the flames at least.
And I'm not wearing winter jacket.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to check the volume. Where do I check it the easiest? I guess I can go here. I see there's like 1,000 messages I'm missing. Send help, guys. I can't believe you guys are keeping me from answering. Oh yeah, I can see. I also again get the welcome back from Nat. Thank you for the confirmation. Very nice. Very nice. But yeah, the fire is. It's a cozy setup we have here, with the fire still going. I was actually a bit worried about the amount of wood we had, but I think it was quite the perfect amount because it would still like you would prefer not to have to bring back any of them
Yeah.
because you don't want to carry around those for nothing. So in that sense, it was a good amount. I'll just circle these around to maybe get them burned all the way through, because we don't want to leave. There's a lot of ashes here, but then again it was an enormous pile of stuff that we burned, so it's no wonder. I'm just pushing these around to maybe get them burning all the way through. But it's a lot hotter here. Really nice. Sad there's no tea. But we do have like thermostat, I think, like bottles that you could have used. Thermos bottles.
At least one.
Yeah, at least.
It's a big one, like a 1 liter.
Yeah, 1 liter one, yes. We could have used. So yeah, it's hydration time again. But yeah, the water is really cold with, you know, the temperature being.
Yeah.
I think it's probably bordering whether it's minus degrees or not. The position for drinking is quite awkward with the phone. The phone on my chest. But yeah, so far I think the technical wise, I think it has been better. Like the mobile data on the phone has worked. At least I have not seen any repost messages, so
Yeah.
I'm hoping I've seen all of them. And I think this time we haven't had any voice breaks either. At least no one has said anything about robotic voices. Although I don't think there's anything you can do about those, because it's just like a minor disruption on the internet connection. So we just have to wait them out. But yeah, I guess the final thing, if we want to leave early, we would just like drop snow in there to make sure it's like dies out. But I don't think we're in any rush, so we can just wait them out. You guys have to give me some story prompts and I will tell you stories.
I will be going to the van and
Yeah, Elina will be
pheasant.
Elina will be writing pheasant stories from the van.
No, I will be. It is your prompt.
Oh dear,
Tell
making
us
me
about pheasant.
making pheasant prompts for me then. Do you have your knittings with you? Do we have a rat?
I do have a rat.
There's another
But it is a
sweaty.
naked rat.
There's a naked rat still. It's a plushie. For those unaware, there's a plushie rat that Nat is making. Nat, not Nat. Elina is making sweaters for. I was reading Nat's message. Why do people happy quality has been good? It'll freeze for a sec once in a blue moon, but it might be my end. Oh, that's interesting. So like, is it like buffering? So just, you know, the circle spinning there for some time and then, you know, continuing. Because I've noticed that watching your stream, I've had this like buffering and then it just, you know, continues. So I'm assuming there's like some latency stuff that if I'm trying to watch it like the latest and greatest stream, so as close to the live as possible, it'll buffer a few times so that I'm just like there's a delay of some sort. And then it's like steady. Yeah, some sort of halt then loads the stream. So it could be the same, because it might be something like, because the distance between our countries is quite massive, so there might be some latency from just, you know, the not points where the connection goes through. So it could be something like that there's, because like with every live stream, the longer of a buffer you have, the more delay you have, the steadier the stream is. Because when there's like packages lost and packages coming in like wrong order, the longer time you have to settle all of them up, then the less interruptions it gets. So if you have like a delay of 5 seconds, it should be a lot better than trying to see it like live. But we have like everyone watching this stream has a latency of like 3 seconds, so there's no way I will be answering your messages in like faster than 3 seconds, because there's no way I'm seeing it. Or well, I'm seeing it, but there's no way seeing the reply in anything less than 3, because when we're doing it through mobile data, it's for the stability wise, it's better to have a solid latency there. Do all the rats have names? I don't think any of the rats have names. Oh wait, the first one has. It's called Boggle Boggle.
Ah, true, it is a boggle boggle.
Yeah, because that's what they do with their eyes when they're happy, you know, they boggle. So it's just called Boggle Boggle. It's the name of the first rat, and that's the male rat, and the other ones are the other plushies we got later.
I recommend watching that on YouTube, the Boggle
Yeah, you should definitely Google like rats boggle. I think it's like from YouTube and stuff. They're
Yeah.
like their eyes, they go big and small. That's a
Yeah,
weird.
when
It
they
looked
are
weird.
happy and they
Yeah, boggle, exactly like that.
scratch their teeth.
Yeah, then they sneer snark with their teeth. Yeah, yeah. We type it with like capital B when it's like a name, but yeah, boggle.
Yeah.
But that's the keyword when you're searching for what they do. So that's like an actual term for when rats are happy, they boggle apparently.
Mm.
So that's what we were taught when we noticed when we first saw it, that's like their happy behavior.
Yeah.
But yeah, none of the new ones have names. I don't know how we would name them because we hardly tell them apart. So
Yeah.
although there's like sweater different colors now, so by sweaters we could now.
The one I have now with me is the last one without the sweater.
Yeah, Elina has the last rat without a sweater now. So after this sweater is finished, every one of them now has one. So then we could not maybe get a group photo of all of them, and you can tell us what color your rat wants. I think there's also like extra colors that Elina has bought that
Yeah, I will
has
start
not
the
been made.
extra color.
So Elina will probably make some extras anyway. So yeah, I only learned about the boggling thing like some years ago maybe. It's somewhat a recent knowledge for me too. So it's an interesting fact. But it's also like freaky looking that if you don't know it, that it's like their happy behavior would be easily thinking that that's like not a good thing for them to do because it looks quite violent.
Looks very freaky.
But yeah, this pit is really hot
Oh dear.
and really full of ashes.
Yeah. We need to make a potato meat.
There's actually like a traditional Finnish food that you could do. Is it rosvonpaisti or something called?
Yeah.
That you can just like roll it in a foil or something. I don't think they used foil back in the like medieval times, but you know something, you just roll it in newspaper or something like that, and then you bury it underneath. Usually it's done so that you make I think it's lamb usually, something like that, you know, meat, and you bury it underground a bit, and then you put a fire on top of it. So it's like what we did, but in like reverse. So when we started, we would have buried the food underneath on the lowest point, and then after the fire is done, the heat of course would have cooked the meat. So I think we've done it a few times at my parents' place
Oh, okay.
at the beach or whatever, the shoreline they have there. We buried them there and then made a fire on top. So it does work quite well. This one really here is really hot, so I think it would overcook anything you would put there. But then again, we also didn't have an option to dig anywhere from there because I think I think it might be like a solid concrete all the way, or then there's like a concrete slab underneath. Could be that as well. So there was no digging through it.
Could have, dug some sausages under.
Yeah, Elina suggested we could have dug some sausages underneath the fire. Get some really well cooked, really well cooked sausages from underneath there. But yeah, that would be one way to do it. But yeah, that's like a traditional way of cooking in Finland. Just reminded me seeing that pile of ash.
I think that is something that has been done around the world quite much.
Yeah, it could be that it's like not only Finland doing it, or only people here, but because I would assume like cave people would be like, yeah, we can do like cook with the fire, that you can also do it like underneath the fire. So I don't think Finnish people invented that. But yeah, that's still, I think, something that people still do here sometimes. But I think it's like the original one you would have like, I would assume it's like lamb, like from sheep, like sheep meat, lamb. And then
Or
like
some
with
game
some,
or something.
some game would also be like venison, something like that, some moose or something. And then like herbs with it in there and like salt and stuff and baby
Oh,
pepper.
bear.
Yeah. Also brown bear meat, no, just kidding.
Most likely not bear because
Yeah, I think bear meat, I think you need to cook it at least really well, because otherwise it's like toxic. 'Cause there's like some parasite or something in there. It's something that makes like a poison in that you need to cook very well
I
too.
thought they just hunt them during winter time.
I don't think you're allowed to hunt bears during winter time.
No, but long ago.
Yeah, back in the days, yeah, probably, yeah. So probably when like
Because
medieval
they're easier
times.
to find.
Yeah, you can probably find them easier when they're sleeping. But now you can see I'm being sprayed with ashes. There's like an one log or two there still burning. I don't think they're the logs from my brother. I think they're just like thicker branches we found. But yeah, there's still some trash we could pack into the trash bags. I think we can do that maybe after stream.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, now that Elin started with the packing, I don't think we should leave them here. So I think we should pack them all. Because if they are already half of them are in a trash bag, if we leave them, they're just full of water next time we come here. So we don't want to leave them in bags. So I think we'll need to take them with us. But whether we do it after stream or not, we'll see. I think right now I'm just taking it.
I don't think we take all the trash now.
Yeah, we'll see what will fit.
Yeah, maybe we will just take these 2 bags.
Yeah, could be that. Yeah, we only have 2 bags now, so maybe those 2.
And you know,
We'll
little
see.
by little get rid of this.
Take them little by little, yes. Could be an option as well. But yeah, guys, I'm also, actually now I remember when I was thinking about the redeems, I mentioned that I had an idea for a redeem. I was thinking that we could have a redeem for like goals, like what are your goals, and like we could have the same redeem for like telling about your goal and then like updating what's happened with the goal so far, like because the first time you come in you could tell us like what's the goal, and then later times you could come in and tell us what are the steps being done and how has it advanced. So that could be a redeem we could have. So if you guys want, you can already do that. So any long-term or short-term goals, because then we can like judge them together. Not just kidding. But there is like certain things to keep in mind when making goals, and you know that's why I'm also always curious about people's goals. What a gulp ASMR! Can you hear it? Oh dear, gunk. Oh Dios mío.
There's a pheasant spying on us.
There's apparently a pheasant still spying on us. But yeah, for the goals, yeah, that's what I was also thinking, that it would be cool. Because, you know, the whole stream is about like us doing our goal, which is like building the house. Or at least that's my goal. Has been for a long time now. I don't know if...
goal is just to survive.
Yeah, Elina's goal is to survive alongside this madness, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, for my goal has been to build for a long time and to get a place of my own. Like a proper house, not an apartment. So for me, this is the goal. But there's like short-term goals and like long-term goals like linked to it. But then like when talking about goals, you should always remember that for a goal to be a good one, it needs to be something that you can, first of all, schedule. So it needs to be something that you can split into like smaller tasks. So there's something that you can already like do, and you can like schedule stuff that, okay, let's say your goal is to like, well, let's say like lose weight is one. But then you would need to schedule for how much at like what intervals, and then like counting calories and stuff. So those kind of things. But for example, with bad goals, if you think like what should the goal not be, let's say for example, if your goal is to like I want to get a job, now that's not a good goal because it's not all about you. So a goal should never be about anyone else but yourself. So it should not be linked to other people or like depending on other people.
But isn't building a house also linked to others?
Elina's asking if building a house is linked to others. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it with as little people as possible, with as little outside help as possible. But yes, so the goal would then need to be split into things like that. I'm like working something towards the house every week or something like that. So that would only be like related to myself. But so back to if you were to like I want to like get a job, you would probably should phrase the goal to something like I have applied to certain amount of goals per week. So that's a goal you can achieve on your own. So there's lots of things to like contemplate when doing goals, because it's always better to make a goal that is achievable, because you know the moralizing effect of having a goal of like get a job and not getting a job, because you know it's not all about you. So easier to have a goal of like I will be applying to a certain amount or doing certain steps towards it, and you know if all of those steps are only about yourself, then you can easily achieve them. Or well, not easily maybe, but still it's all about yourself and not, you know, having been disappointed on others not doing what you want or expect of them. So that's why I was thinking that one redeem could be goals, because then we could like analyze different goals of people, and maybe here, because it's again like the different like schedules of people where they are currently at their lives, because I don't know, from what I've understood, it's not like a common goal to want to, for example, to live in a house, because I know there are plenty of people who are just like, yeah, I would never want to do that because it involves a lot of work and stuff. So there's so many different kinds of people with all different kinds of goals, so it would be interesting to hear about those.
I need to come close.
Elina is getting cold. But yeah, this thing is really hot.
Yeah.
I think now it still will be a perfect time to like grill sausages and stuff,
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
really hot.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the stick could be longer, because I feel like it's hitting my hands quite heavily. Guys, the stick is burning.
Burning stick.
Now it's smoking. Let's get some more. I'm smoking myself. Let's get some more water drinking ASMR.
Gulp.
Gulp ASMR. I wonder how loud is it, if you can hear it. Crisp gulps. I can't believe from all that monologue I just had about the goals and stuff, the only comment I get is crisp gulps.
Gulp.
I see how it is. But yeah, Nat, what are your goals? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Because I know when the first time I was on your stream, I was put on the spot violently.
Dragged on the
I was
spot.
dragged on the spot. It was horrible. I immediately left and never came back because of the treatment I got there. But yeah, so any long-term or short-term goals you're willing to share, of course. It doesn't need to be anything fancy or anything that you just want to let the world know. There's also, I know there's like a logic some people have that and I've like read about this and I've seen a lot of like some people are saying that if you have any goals, you should always keep them to yourself. So there's like a higher chance that you're doing them, because the first time you tell to some people, you might already get like a gratification from that person, since they're like, okay, yeah, that's a good one, yeah, do that, yeah. And if you wait for it to be finished, or when you're done with it and then get the gratification, you might be like more motivated towards it. So that's one logic. But I personally don't think that like keeping it yourself is necessarily a good thing, especially if the goal is something that others could like maybe give you advice on or something like that. So there might be benefits to sharing those. But yeah, I can understand keeping them to yourself. Short-term goal: finish setting up my new streaming room. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's a good one. Because again, this is something like only something you can work on. I at least hope that there's nothing like that. Okay, yeah, there's a mansion guard coming in that you need to consult on what to do with the room. So as long as it's something that you can do by yourself, then that's a good one. Long-term goal: go on walks or try play some tennis again. Is play some? Oh yeah, it's probably some tennis. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's a good one too. Because I think like tennis, while I think it requires another person to play with you, I think there's still like as a goal, I don't think it's necessarily hard enough for that you wouldn't be able to do it. Because I assume in like a city as large as Sydney, you would have like clubs and stuff for it, so you could just join, for those tennis lessons. I've only played tennis a few times, and that was all when I was in Germany, and I really liked it. And I think I know we have like tennis fields here, but I've never played it in Finland. But that's a nice sport. I could see myself doing tennis if any sport. But yeah, the wind is a bit chilly. I might get close myself. We'll edge closer a little bit. Every 10 minutes we go 10 centimeters closer. And then we're sitting inside the ring at the end of the stream.
Yes. But I think should dreams also be allowed in?
What is Elina asking?
Like if you're asking for goals, should dreams also be?
Yeah, Elin is asking if goals should be linked with it. Like, should you be allowed to tell about dreams? Of course, you can tell about your dreams as well. But I would maybe still hope to be like hearing about stuff that can be like fulfilled.
Yeah.
So if I'm like, for example, I know my grandma is dreaming about winning the lottery.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Buying a
so
house.
yeah, buying a house with the money she wins. And actually, she's talking about the lottery winnings, and she's not saying if, she's saying when she wins. So you know, it's more of a goal for her. But but yeah, that's for me. I think the difference between it being a dream and a goal is whether you can achieve it or not. So I guess I don't know what what's the definition difference between those two. If
They are
it's
quite
about,
close.
yeah, I would assume they are similar in that sense. But yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to lottery, it is a dream.
Yeah, for lottery, there's like no way you can increase the odds. Well, basically buying more,
Yeah,
more,
yeah.
more tickets, but
And
still,
buying in the first place.
yeah, but yeah. So, but still, like it's not about you; it's just about luck. Yeah, I've heard that. I have to, because the screen is really dark with the sunglasses, so I'm lifting them up to read. Hello. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I think that was about the goals. Yeah, regularly. Shopping is a much too expensive form of exercising and gaining steps. One-off goal. Nat is making up some commands there. It's like exclamation mark long-term goal, exclamation mark short-term goal, and then there's exclamation mark one-off goal. Play Type King and get good at typing. Yeah, I vouch for that goal. That's a good one. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that goal. Definitely go for that. No, just kidding. Exclamation mark dream goal. Visit Finland and the rats and frogs. Yeah. Visit Finland and rats and frogs. Yeah, we'll definitely have you here. Rats and frogs are anticipating your visit. I don't know if we have a mansion large enough here to accommodate you and your, army of servants. As you can see, the mansion is not large yet. Maybe in a few years, hopefully, But yeah, grandma is a queen of manifesting. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just that my father is always laughing because it's like my father's mother. And my father's always laughing that it's always the same stories, and it's always like, yeah, I was just looking up the listings of houses and there's a nice house there and here and there, and it's always like, yeah, that house went, now I have to look up another house, and it's like, yeah, they keep selling them houses. It's not like they're waiting for your lottery winnings, so they do keep selling the houses. But yeah, I think it's also like a hobby of my grandma to check on the listings, so have something to spend time with. So it's not to worry about it in that sense, but it's just funny how for me at least, it was funny hearing that it's not if she wins, but when she wins. So there's like a manifestation going on there. But yeah, the wind is picking up again. I'm glad that we have less of the smoke now, since with the wind it would go everywhere. There's the other scissors here. But yeah, if we had any sausages, we could have done some after stream sausages or like end stream sausages here grilling.
This is
But-
like in the hobo life.
Yeah, in the game Hobo Life, you have this like.
It's a good game.
That's actually a really good game. We played it together. The Hobo Life was a phenomenal game even. The only like downside of that was that when you played it in multiplayer, you didn't really have any like shared progress in it.
No.
Each player had the same quest and they were like separately followed, so any one of the players could be in a part of the quest. So there was really hardly any co-op in that
Well,
co-op mode. So it was mostly just sharing the lodgings, I guess.
Yeah.
But in that game you had these like barrels and stuff that you would just put in trash to burn, keep warm.
It was very hard at
Yeah, the beginning of the game. I think it's one of those games. For example, I think like Kingdom Come Deliverance is the similar kind, so that it's harder at the start of the game and it gets easier the longer you play, the further you get.
because you had to sleep on the benches, but you got really cold.
Yeah. In the beginning of the Hobo Life, you had to sleep outside on the benches and you got cold doing that. And after some time, you got like a sleeping bag and all that stuff. So it got easier the longer you went. So But yeah, that game was something we played years and years ago, but we were discussing of going back to it. But the thing is, with games like that, it's unfortunate that there's really hardly any replay value,
Yeah.
because the quests are always the same, and so in that sense it might be that we talked that we'll go back to it, and then when we started we hardly played, and leave it at it as it is.
Is Stardew Valley the only game we have gone back to?
Ellen's asking if Stardew Valley is the only game we've gone back to after finishing. I think it might be, because we've talked about V Rising. We played it when it first came out, and we've talked about going back to it. And I think for that game there is since it was early access and it was just freshly out, I think it has more content now that I think we would enjoy going back to it. But I think Stardew Valley so far has been the only game we've actually gone back to. First we played it without mods, and I think we've played it twice with mods now.
Yeah.
With similar kind of mods, with the expanded Stardew Valley expanded, so mostly the same. Same kind of mods. But yeah, I can see I don't know if I need the sunglasses, maybe I do. I have fun imagining how I dedicate the room to different things or themes if I had a mansion. I'm not believing this if. I'm just saying. If I had a mansion is, thick coming from you, e.g. a gaming room, dining, etc. Yeah. Rick would abandon me to go mining while I did all the farming in Stardew. I think in our gaming it has been that I've been the Rick, but I've never have it framed so that I have abandoned Elina going mining. I think it has been more that Elina's been like, yeah, I don't want to do any of the mining, go do the mining instead of her. So I think I've been...
Go at leveling their mining.
Yeah, Elina goes when I've secured the levels. I think she went when I've been there already. I think that's when she comes in the mines. So in the perspective has been different, although I think the end result has been the same. Yeah, the mining is actually quite scary, and it's well done for a Stardew Valley game. If you think about the combat overall, I think most of the stuff that has been made well, because in that kind of games the combat and stuff is usually an afterthought. So for that it has been made surprisingly well, considering it's somewhat a minor detail on the game, or a minor part of it. But I think all of the the individual aspects of the game are all well made, which is why it is such a successful game. And it is a good game. I'm not saying that it's successful out of nothing, but it's warranted the success it has. But I think mining in most games, if you think about Minecraft, it's a straight up horror game when you go into the caves alone. And even if you're digging a hole, you hear the sounds everywhere, so you're just unsure if you can dig anywhere without breaking a wall to another, a natural cave or stuff. So Minecraft to me is an absolute horror game if you go mining, especially if you have a mod pack with plenty of stuff, because there's new kind of monsters and stuff. You don't know who's hostile and what they do and all that, so there's an added terror value there. So yeah, Minecraft for me is an absolute horror. I prefer playing Minecraft as a multiplayer. I don't think as a single player I would not enjoy it. Even if I were even in multiplayer servers, even if I play alone, have a base of my own, I still prefer to have others in the server, even if they're not right there next to me helping with the mining. It's still nice to have someone to share it with. But it's an absolute horror game. I stand by that. I think Pahvi was here yesterday. Our moderator said that he just started playing Minecraft, vanilla Minecraft, has never played it before. And he was just laughing that I think he thinks that, and I'm also sure that he will be added to what's the word for it? Not schedule, but statistics. Yeah, statistics for the Minecraft movie, increasing the player count. Because I think for anyone starting to play Minecraft right now, they are assuming that it's because of the Minecraft movie just coming out.
Was that hole there before?
Elina is asking if there was a hole before here. I think maybe yes. I don't know where the piece has fallen, if there isn't. I think it was there. So there's some cracks on the wall of the concrete drum. So it's not a whole one anymore. I think we might need to order a few of these concrete barrel type of things for the ditch, because right now where you drive your car into here is on the left side when you're looking from the road, and we'll need one on the right side because
Yeah,
as you
because
remembered when I showed where the buildings will be going, the garage will be on that side, so we need to have like an access to the car from the road. Nat is missing Minecraft. Yeah, we actually still have a server I have for my godson. Yeah, godson. It's my cousin, grandson. Oh dear. Oh dear. What a secret I just let out. Hello. But yeah, godson. And my aunt and my brother have been playing there.
Okay, it is still up.
Yeah, it is still up. Yeah, it's
Okay.
the server is
Does it
still up.
still have our house there?
Yeah, everything should be there the way
Okay.
we left them. So if we ever want to go back, we can. Although the computer Elina was playing on is the one you're actually getting the stream from. So
And our rats are there also.
yeah, there's also plenty of rats on the Minecraft server. There was a mod.
Yeah.
I think it was like Ratlantis or something. Or was it?
Ratlantis, yes.
Yeah, it was. I think the mod's name was just Rats or something.
Yeah.
But there was like a Ratlantis and stuff. So they were like rats you could domesticate and they would do stuff for you. You could automate farming with the rats and stuff. So that was an interesting mod pack for
I
Minecraft.
recommend it. They were absolutely
Yeah, it was a fun.
wonderful. The babies were.
There was some madness with the rat babies because it was just like 2 pixels of like a pink thing and it was
Yeah,
screaming on the floor.
Yeah, at first we thought it was like a piece of the tail.
Yeah, Elina was saying that we thought first with the baby rats that it was a piece of the tail, but it was actually a baby rat in Minecraft mods. So that was quite an experience. But there you can see the stick is smoldering. I don't know if we should just eat the stick in there as well.
It is a very good stick.
It's a precious stick. But we might need to leave it somewhere here so that it won't start a fire. Or we can just bury it in snow.
It's true.
Have you played with mods, Nat? Because modded Minecraft is like an even better experience than just a vanilla one. Nothing wrong with the vanilla Minecraft, of course, but having played like hours and hours of it, I think it is a superior one when you do with the mods. Maybe I cut the end of it and eat that in there, so we can have the rest of the stick to ourselves. So now I have a fat cigar. I don't know if this is a universal experience. I remember as a kid, well, my grandpa was a smoker. I don't think anymore, maybe not, but he used to be. And I remember as a kid, we like role played, or I don't know what you call it, played that we were smoking. We had like these long reeves, and we were like, yeah, we're cool with smoking. And I think every one of those like grown-ups were like, don't do that. That's not cool. And so, yeah, that's the story of the one time I was cool. The only time. It was a harsh growing up after that with nothing but uncool moments. But yeah, I flew too close to the sun with that, with that reef or whatever you call it. But yeah,
Sizzling.
yeah, it's sizzling a bit. It's sizzling similar to like a sausage though.
Yeah.
I think there's some, maybe it is a
Have a bite.
nature's sausage. I think that's a vegan sausage. Since it's a part of a brand, so that's for Elina to eat. We'll cook it a bit there and flip it aside and
We have burned all our snacks. All my snacks.
I did a little bit of manually before mod organizers were a thing and before my Skyrim modding days, so I've always wanted to try again. I think I'm more of a quality of life and aesthetic, cute, decorative mod kind of person. Yeah, there's like so many mod packs to choose from. I think there's already like plenty of those that you have like collection of mod that comes with mostly like decorative stuff. Because the ones we've had also had them in them. Yeah. So there's like been like Elina has been decorating stuff and there's been like new furniture and stuff. So you can have those in even if you have a mod pack with all the stuff that, for example, I always go with like nuclear reactors and like
I never touch those.
yeah, Elina never touches those. That's all me.
Build sofas and
yeah, Elina's just decorating our house there. But yeah, so for me, I think the mod packs are a great thing because it has a little bit of everything for everyone. But they again, of course, are quite heavy. So like launching the game takes a while, but they have gotten a lot faster from. I remember like the earliest mod packs that came out, they took like a solid half an hour to launch the game. So it was like, was it the Indiana Jones games, Nat, when you launched it, that it took like a solid 15 minutes when it first came out? Because I think they patched it quite fast. But when it initially came out, it took like an hour to like 10 minutes to launch, or 15, I guess. Yeah, I'm definitely a techie person. Yeah, I've had because I remember the first times that was like when I was in middle school. So like when I was like 14 or something, we had like mods where they were like bees. Before they were like actual bees in Minecraft. This was before they have added bees after, but they were like bees in the mod pack, which you could like use to create any and pretty much all of the resources. So you could make uranium and like plutonium and stuff like that. You could also make like diamonds and stuff with the bees, but it was like an intricate process, like breeding the bees to make the proper ones. So I had a whole operation for the bees and like automating stuff. And even now when we are playing, I usually do all sorts of like automation and techie stuff. So yeah, I'm the one with the, here you cannot melt them in the furnace. You have to put this in everything you mine, you put into this chest, and then it automatically spills out the ready-made products on this end and that stuff. So
Yeah, I'm the farmer.
yeah, Elina's the aesthetic one. Indiana Jones on the minute. Yeah, 15 minutes is insane. Yeah, so glad they fixed it. Yeah, but I'm still curious. I would like to know what was the thing about it, like, because the fix was quite fast. Because if it was like an actual thing, it would have taken them longer. So I'm assuming it's something like you hear about those, that there's like an apple in a game file, and if you remove the apple, it like it destroys everything. So I'm just guessing that they just forgot something in there, and it was looping for a long time before it let go. So, because the fix was quite fast, it only took like a week for them to fix it. So, I'm assuming it was something someone forgot. Because I would assume that they had playtesters. I'm at least hoping they have had playtesters. So there was some mistake along the way. So the release version had something it shouldn't have had. But I don't think we'll ever hear what was the actual issue there. But it's actually crazy. 15 minutes to launch a game nowadays is like massive. Like unmodded ones, because I know, for example, RimWorld and those kind of games, if I play with mods, it takes a while to launch. So there, I think 15 minutes is okay, but it's not from the vanilla version.
The Sims, was it 2 or 3? 2 maybe took like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, Elian saying some of the Sims she has played 3 or 2 or either of those two take like 10 minutes. 10 minutes to launch. So. But yeah, I don't think modern games should. Although I have to say, with like modern games, you can have those like shaders, they're like assembling shaders, that can take a long time. So I think those are usually done like minutes, takes minutes. So that's a bit slower progress even in modern games. But yeah, the heat is decreasing. We need to go closer. Do you guys think that
Very
this?
hot there. Concrete.
Oh, the concrete is apparently hot. I would assume it is. We can go closer a bit.
My hands.
Elina's warming her hands by the concrete. I just spilled. Oh wait, actually didn't spill. I just fell my water bottle. Yeah, the concrete is actually warm.
Yeah.
It's not like hot. I would not. Or maybe it is a
hot,
bit hot. Yeah. Yeah, if you keep it there long,
longer.
it does get hot there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if we threw water here, I think it would sizzle.
Yeah, I was just imagining our water would do nothing.
Yeah, the amount of water we have would do nothing if this one just like went
and
crazy.
Even if we had the amount we were planning on.
Yeah, we have like I think is it 3 liters or 5 liters, something like that.
Yeah.
Between those two, we have a container of water. I don't think even if we brought that, it would have done anything if the fire had spread out. But this ring is like large enough for it to like hold it quite well. Because if it had like been like a really small one and then you put in branches, it would have like stuck out easier. So
Maybe
I think
we
it was.
Will keep this.
Yeah, we might keep it. We'll see if we can move it. Because all we need is like some kind of net, like a grill, iron grill on it. So like a griddle. And then we have a place we can grill sausages and stuff on. So maybe we'll put it somewhere there.
The most important.
Yeah, grilling sausages is always the goal. Whatever the stream is going for, it's always like, what's the next step? How do we make grilling sausages easier?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the Finnish mindset. But I'm curious what's underneath it, whether this can be lifted or not. I think with the Avant it should be liftable. But
I
we'll
think
see.
so too. There is some concrete.
I think there's some concrete underneath it, but it could be that it's just like a roll of, like a slab of concrete underneath. There was a one slab, you can see it on my side here. This was on top of it and it was a struggle getting it
Yeah.
off of it. So yeah. Well, there's no way we will be lifting it on top of it back. So
Yeah, we were hoping we would lift it somewhere.
yeah, we were discussing of like rolling this or moving this circle somewhere on the middle there, because it would have been closer to all the places we need to, and then like safer from everywhere else. But there's no way we're gonna move this.
Yeah.
It was so heavy. No way. But yeah, this is all that's remaining. It's too short for me to use as a walking stick.
Oh dear.
I think it's even too short for Elina to use as a walking stick. But yeah, I think it has been a successful day so far. It took us longer than I had maybe anticipated by a little bit, I guess.
Oh.
Because it's already like almost 5.
Oh
Like,
wow.
or what is it? Yeah, it's 4:33, I guess, 5 p.m. Yeah, so we've been at it for, I would like to say 4 hours. Yeah, more than 4 hours, yeah. Of course, yeah. Since we started at 12, so we started at noon. But yeah, so it's been a long stream, guys. Are you guys already going to sleep there? I know the classic WoW players never sleep, but but I think the Australians maybe. Maybe Frutality has already gone to bed. I have not seen a Frutality message in a long time. What time is it in there? It's not like... Wait, I'm trying to count. Because it might be like midnight soonish there, or is it already past midnight?
I would imagine it's already past.
Because there was this daylight saving stuff, so that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
put into the calculations. Not just put in an emote. What emote is that? It's 11:33 p.m., so not yet midnight, but really close to it. Yeah, I was thinking that with the daylight savings it would be just short of midnight.
Yeah, because first we had the daylight saving and then...
Yeah, first we had it and then the Australians have it. But it's still wild to me that like not every, is it state or what you call the areas in the Australia, doesn't do the daylight savings, and then again with the 30-minute time differences, that's like crazy. Absolute bonkers. I think that's too much Vegemite is what that, the only way to explain that 30-minute difference. Yeah, that's my explanation for it.
Hey, that is good vegan.
Is it vegan?
It is.
Okay, Vegemite
It
is apparently
like,
vegan.
Yeast.
Okay, I see.
Bread.
Okay, so it's apparently a yeast bread. Cannot confirm, but it's Vegemite. Is it vegan? Can we have Vegemite delight for Elina? Can we do a trade with like us sending Finnish candy and you sending Vegemite?
I think they sell it somewhere.
In here? Okay, so apparently they sell it here somewhere.
Yep.
So we might get some Vegemite
But
locally.
I'm not sure if it's only in Helsinki.
Yeah, it could be closer to the capital,
But
not
I do
here.
know they have sold it in Helsinki. I haven't tasted it.
But yeah, I don't know how long we should be like watching the fire, because you're supposed to watch it until there's no risk of it spreading. I don't think there's been a risk of it spreading for like the last hour or so, but but I guess there's no like, I would say acute, is it acute?
Acute.
I think it could be, yeah. Like emergency type of things. I don't think there's like any emergency to keep watching it here, but it is a nice weather.
So closer and closer.
Yeah, we just. Yeah, I was gonna ask the chat. Do you think the plastic chair can hold if we go inside it? Oh dear, and it just bends. Oh dear. Not saying apparently it is vegan certified, so maybe Elina is onto something here. I was thinking always, is it a different stuff? Because I was thinking it's like a meat spread of some kind. But is that the different thing then? Okay, so maybe I'm mixing it up with something else. So you need to send me some some meat spread, and then Elina gets the Vegemite.
Good old meat.
Good old meat spread. Kangaroo steak. Yeah, because sending meat is an obviously good idea, like across the world. Yeah, it's fresh, I swear.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm running out of water. Oh dear. Yeah, I think we could check. Yeah, yeast extract. Okay, yeah, so
It is yeast.
Elina is
I know my.
Elina knows her vegan stuff. Vegan of different cultures. Yeah, I'll just take a gander. I take a British propaganda. Let's see if there's anyone live I know. If I can see it, I hope I can. I'm also trying to see. Time is synced with the. I don't know if there's anyone online I know, unfortunately. Because yesterday I was saying that yeah, we'll raid tomorrow, I swear, guys, and now I'm like, should we not raid then? Maybe. If you have any suggestions, we can go with those. But other than that, I think we can call it a day here soonish at least. There's a lot of vegan food here, especially in Sydney. I think we have like more vegan stuff in the major cities, like larger cities. In here we have some as well, but I think especially in Tampere, I think they have lots, and then in Helsinki, I think they have more. Like there's some like restaurants that are only vegan food.
Yeah, I think at least in Helsinki they had.
I think I just saw recently they opened another one in Helsinki that's just vegan food.
Yeah.
Just vegan food, so because I think just vegan food is a risky one, because I know for a fact that anyone like me would not not go there, because they are assuming it's not good, and having a party of people, it's hard to like get everyone on like board with going to a place with only vegan food. So I would always suggest, I would assume it's also like healthier for the business to have other stuff and then vegan options, but maybe they make it work.
Yeah. But quite much every restaurant offers vegan options.
Yeah, in Finland I think pretty much every restaurant has vegan options, so it's not like not hard to be a vegan in Finland. I think it's like one of the easiest countries, maybe like the Nordics.
Yeah.
In general, I think are the easiest. Yeah, and gluten free if you need to be. That's also easy here, because there's plenty of people here with celiac. I think celiac disease. Yeah, Elina's mother has celiac disease, so she can't have gluten in her food. So there's some knowledge of that as well here. But yeah, I guess we'll call it a day here. Thank you all for the chats, especially you active chatters, and of course all the lurkers. We need all of you guys. We even got a follower today, which is massive. That's very nice. Thank you all for those. Nice. So it's I think so far it has been a rare event that we get a follower midstream, which I think like organically thinking it, I think that would be better, but so far I think it's mostly been outside of the street that I have been promoting this hard enough. Again, I'm not seeing anything with the sunglasses on. Let's see. I just saw there's a new message, but it's my message. But yeah, Nat, thank you for the stream, and I'll see you on your stream tomorrow, as I was promised a secret mansion room reveal. So I'll definitely join you on there. I'm just checking that I see I'm not going to the start screen.
I'll be lurking behind you.
Yeah, Elina will be making some sweaters behind me, watching your stream as well. But yeah, thank you guys. See you probably next Friday at the latest, maybe some evening before that, but I would maybe assume the next Friday is the next stream, with me traveling to my parents and all that stuff, so it might be. Unless we have a surprise stream from my parents, but I'm not making any promises on that. But yeah.